tiba masanya mereka yang disangka lemah akan bangkit dengan keyakinan, akan bangkit dengan kekuatan. Akan mereka mulai menyadari kebaikan bukan kelemahan, kelembutan bukan kebenaran, untuk diri terus dipergunakan. Wanita, wanita, bangkitlah wanita. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Bangkitlah wahai wanita, berdiri berjuang sebagai rakyat. Kada korulun boros do tulun, kadi saikia amu ko bulun. Pokira to senduan tundudan waya anu, posik no ka no no mono luot. Demi anak bangsa kita menyamai kasih, demi generasi kita kuat hadapi. Wanita, rangau kekeningan. Wanita, dari Sabah bangkitlah wanita, seluruh Malaysia. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Wanita rakyat, juga pemimpin. Wanita, dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's so nice to see the hall filling up. While we wait for the rest of our guests to make their way over from breakfast, we will be starting in just a couple of minutes. Let me just share some housekeeping announcements for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to request that during our session today that you kindly switch all digital devices to silent mode so as not to interrupt this morning's program. For those who need to know where the restrooms are, they're located outside of this room to the left of this exit. Emergency exits are also located on either side of the hall at the front and the back. We'll have two interesting panel sessions ahead of us today that will help unpack some of the key issues that still need to be overcome in order for women to achieve our rightful place in all spheres of private and public life as per SDG 5 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. These will also be broadcast live over YouTube, so rest assured if you find these sessions today helpful, you'll be able to check back on YouTube after today's event is done and share it with anyone else who might benefit. For the link, please feel free to ask any of the UN staff around in the hall. We will also be allocating a little bit of time after each panel session today for questions. So if you find that you have a burning question that you must absolutely ask our panelists, please do make your way to the microphone. We have 2 at the center of the hall to ask your questions after each panel session today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in just a short while. As soon as the hall is filled up just a little bit more, please make yourself comfortable in your seats and we will begin in a bit. Thank you.
Kebaikan bukan kelemahan, kelembutan bukan kebenaran, untuk diri terus dipergunakan. Wanita, wanita, bangkitlah wanita. Dan wanita sebagai rakyat kada korulun boros dotulun kadi saikia amu ko bulun pokira to senduan tunudan waya anu posik no ka no mono luot demi anak bangsa kita menyamai kasih demi generasi kita kuat hadapi. Tiba masanya mereka yang disangka lemah akan bangkit dengan keyakinan, akan bangkit dengan kekuatan. Akan mereka mulai menyadari bukan kelemahan, kelembutan bukan kebenaran, untuk diri terus dipergunakan. Wanita, oh wanita, bangkitlah wanita. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting in approximately 1 minute, so we'd like to request that everyone please take your seats as we will be beginning with Negaraku. Please do make yourself comfortable as we will be kicking off in just a minute. Also, not to worry if you didn't have time for your breakfast and your coffee earlier, we will have a tea break in between both of the panel sessions shortly. That should take place roughly around 11 a.m. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please rise as a mark of respect for our national anthem, Negaraku. Thank you. You may be seated. A very good morning to Ms. Karima El Khoury, UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam. Yang berbahagia Professor Emerita Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Sharifah Hapsah Said Hassan Shahabuddin, President National Council of Women's Organizations, NCWO. Distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shani Iman Lee, and as your MC and moderator for this morning, it's a great honor for me to wish you all a happy International Women's Day 2023, and welcome all of you to the International Women's Day Forum 2023, hosted by the United Nations in Malaysia and the National Council of Women's Organizations, NCWO. Today, we celebrate women and women's progress with two distinctive but interconnected themes. On a global level, the UN calls on us to celebrate the big picture of digital innovation and technology for gender equality. Whereas at home in Malaysia, we zoom in further to how gender equality and women's empowerment will be incorporated and, more importantly, experienced under Malaysia Madani. How do these themes impact us? To set the stage for our event today, let me share a quick snippet from the UN Women's webpage on where we stand on a global level this International Women's Day. I read, and please be patient with me. Today, a persistent gender gap in digital access keeps women from unlocking technology's full potential. Our underrepresentation in STEM education and careers remains a major barrier to our participation in tech, design, and governance. And the pervasive threat of online gender-based violence often forces us out of the digital spaces we occupy. At the same time, digital technology is opening new doors for the global empowerment of women, girls, and other marginalized groups. The digital age represents an unprecedented opportunity to eliminate all forms of disparity and inequality, unquote. In a nutshell, on the global front, despite its many challenges, digital technology stands to be the great equalizer that could potentially close the gender gap forever. Closer to home, however, despite all the promise technology has to offer, it seems that women continue to struggle still with some of the most basic challenges. Through Malaysia Madani, which envisions an inclusive Malaysia providing equal opportunities and justice for all, we hope to level the playing field, and in doing so bring us closer in line with the United Nations SDG 5 to achieve gender equality and ultimately empower all women and girls. How? Well, through our forum today themed Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment in Malaysia Madani, we feature a fantastic lineup of inspiring women from various backgrounds and different perspectives, where we hope to unpack a bit of baggage, realize where we truly stand, and figure out collectively how to move forward together. All this would not be possible, though, if not for the efforts of our organizers to bring us all under one roof today. And because of that, I'm so pleased to be able to invite on stage for her welcoming remarks our co-organizer and the president of the National Council of Women's Organizations, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Emerita Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Sharifah Hapsah Said Hassan Shahabuddin. Dipersilakan Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri.
Ms. Karima Al-Khoury and her UN team, Their Excellencies, members of NCWO and our honored guests, distinguished speakers and members of the press. Good morning and welcome to the International Women's Day celebration jointly organized by UN Malaysia and NCWO. I forgot to recognize you, Shani. Thank you for being our MC. Karima and I met on 20th February, about 2 weeks ago, together with our respective teams at breakfast, and agreed to host this forum with the theme Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment in Malaysia Madani. And the forum consists of 2 panels. One will explore enabling environments for gender equality and women's empowerment, and the other will focus on digital inclusion for accelerating gender equality and women's empowerment. And in line with the International Women's Day theme of digital innovation and technology for gender equality. And appropriately, we invited YB Azalina Osman and Yang Berhormat Fahmi Fadil to deliver the keynote addresses, around these two panels. Unfortunately, they are not able to be here physically. Parliament is in session and YB Azalina is in Sabah. But both have sent their messages on tape. YB Fahmi sent his to me at 11:30 last night. And YB Azalina did her best to give us a video recording. I want to record our sincerest thanks to their sweet gesture, and let's just give them a clap even though they're not here. I would like to acknowledge to all the speakers of the forum. They are all wonderful speakers. Without hesitation, they agreed to participate, some even at the last minute. And I want to single out Maria Chin for that. She really came in at the last hour. And we also had Amira, who came in the last hour. Is she here? Not here yet. Thank you very much. And again, you have clapped for them. All right. Last but not least, I would like to thank the hardworking organizing committee, with special mention of Ahmad Hafiz from UN Malaysia. He sorted out all the logistics, the invitations, the design of the flyers. He navigated that whirlwind of the changes that we made throughout the 2 weeks. No complaints at all. Thank you so much, Hafiz. Where are you? Oh, there he is. Thank you. Thank you once again, UN Malaysia, in particular, Karima, for inviting NCWO to be your partner. We have been on a very worthwhile journey at lightning speed. As a national council of more than 200 women organizations at national and state levels, representing women of diverse backgrounds, professions, ideologies, interests, we are very committed to work with anyone at any level, from any sector, to strive for gender equality and the empowerment of women in Malaysia and everywhere. Let us all join our sisters from across the globe in celebrating International Women's Day today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite on stage for her opening remarks our co-organizer and UN resident coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Karima El Khoury.
Good morning. I'd like to start by greeting YB Dato Sri Azalina Osman Said, Minister of Law Reforms and Institutional Governance, YB Fahmi Fadzil, Minister of Communication and Digital. They're not with us today, but they're virtually with us, and we will listen to them shortly. But let me definitely start by greeting and thanking YB Professor Emerita Tan Sri Dato Sri Dr. Sharifa Hafsa Said Hassan Shihabuddin, President of the National Council of Women's Organizations, NCWO. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Selamat pagi. On behalf of the United Nations in Malaysia, I would like to sincerely thank you for joining us to mark this special day. I'm very happy to see so many of you here, coming together to celebrate women and raise your voice in support of justice, equality, and women's rights. I would like to extend my most sincere appreciation to the National Council of Women's Organizations, to you, Tan Sri Sharifa, for all the lightning speed work, but mostly for the engagement and commitment to the cause that we're all here to defend today, and for mobilizing your teams and networks to make this forum possible. I also thank my colleagues at the United Nations country team, at the United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office, for their invaluable contributions to make this event smooth and nice. Before I say a few words on the theme of today's meeting, please allow me to virtually invite the United Nations Secretary General to deliver a brief message marking the International Women's Day 2023.
On International Women's Day, we celebrate the achievements of women and girls across all walks of life in all corners of the world. But we also recognize the enormous obstacles they face, from structural injustices, marginalization, and violence to cascading crises that affect them first and worst, to denial of their personal autonomy and rights over their bodies and lives. Gender-based discrimination harms everyone, women, girls, men, and boys. International Women's Day is a call to action. Actions to stand with women while demanding their fundamental rights at great personal cost. Action to strengthen protection against sexual exploitation and abuse. And action to accelerate women's full participation and leadership. This year's theme stresses the need for technology and innovation to advance gender equality. Technology can expand pathways to education and opportunities for women and girls, but it can also be used to amplify abuse and hatred. Today, women make up under a third of the workforce in science, technology, engineering, and maths. And when women are underrepresented in developing new technologies, discrimination may be baked in from the start. That is why we must close the digital divide and increase the representation of women and girls in science and technology. Women's exclusion from the digital world has shaved an estimated $1 trillion from the GDP of low and middle income countries in the last decade, a loss that could grow to 1.5 trillion by 2025 without action. Investing in women uplifts all people, communities, and countries. Let us work together across governments, the private sector, and civil society to build a more inclusive, just, and prosperous world for women, girls, men, and boys everywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gathered here today to celebrate the achievements of millions of women in Malaysia and in every corner of the globe, to honor their individual stories, successes, and strong determination to break the barriers that have hampered their progress towards equality and justice. From the earliest pages of human history to today's world, patriarchy, discrimination, and harmful stereotypes and behaviors have limited women's agency and potential. Gender equality and women's empowerment is about deconstructing those concepts and beliefs that have held women back. It's about addressing all forms of discrimination and injustice and redressing existing and historical inequalities. As we have heard from SG Antonio Guterres, we face a sad reality, a backslide in women's rights and the hard-won progress achieved over decades, centuries of struggle. And this is not happening only in places where women and girls have been expunged, erased from public life. In many countries, women still do not have autonomy over their own bodies, over land and property that guarantee their livelihood and food security. Child marriage is a flagrant humane rights violation, which holds back economic and social progress. We aspire to achieve the SDGs by 2030. But the data tell us that by 2030, up to 110 million girls are likely to become child brides. The data also tell us that gender equality is 300 years away. Various forms of discrimination against women, which CEDAW pledged to eliminate more than 40 years ago, continue to undermine women. Despite great education achievement and attainment, progress in women's access to leadership positions in both the political and economic spheres remains sluggish, and women continue to be excluded or underrepresented in all aspects of decision-making. As I was preparing today's event, and I know that we agreed not to have speeches, I just couldn't help it. And my message to you, I was preparing this message, I looked for a few reports on the status of women in the 60s and 70s. Fascinating, groundbreaking discourse and action. Women making history and asserting their independence. I also looked at yesterday's headlines globally. the press covering the commissions on the status of women, CSW, which just met and opened on Monday. And here are some of the headlines. UN's Commission on Women opens amid vanishing progress on rights. Second one, hobbled by persistent inequalities, about 383 million women and girls live in extreme poverty. And every 11 minutes, a woman or girl is killed by someone in her own family. A third one, maternal mortality is increasing. One woman dies every 2 minutes during pregnancy or childbirth. These are headlines we are reading in March 2023. Hard to believe, very painful, infuriating, and as awkward as it may sound, perhaps re-energizing, because we cannot let these trends define women's trajectory. Reversing them must be our collective mission. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum is a space to reflect on what it will take to move forward and achieve tangible and sustainable progress toward gender equality in Malaysia. The two panels we crafted engage in a conversation on the role of women in advancing Malaysia Madani as a project of society, a framework for a viable, dynamic, and inclusive Malaysia future, to quote the Honorable Prime Minister. Achieving gender equality and progress requires an enabling, empowering environment, legislation and institutions which seriously address long-standing injustices and uphold the very principles of Malaysia Madani: sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity, and trust, as the foundations of a thriving society where all people live in dignity. We're witnessing promising steps, and we need bolder policies. Women in Malaysia deserve an empowering environment to thrive. Zooming in on the theme of this year's International Women's Day, Digital, Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality, we will hear from our panelists on the gender gaps in technology and innovation and explore how digital inclusion is not an add-on, but lies at the very core of women's empowerment and full participation in the economy, in politics, in society, in promoting peace and justice, and protecting the environment. Achieving the SDGs in Malaysia and boosting progress on SDG 5 in particular on gender equality will require a transformative approach, a fundamental shift and serious investment in bridging the digital gender divide by making science and technology accessible, inclusive, and safe. Over 2 decades ago, I was working in the Middle East and North Africa region on women's rights, seizing rare opportunities and openings to move the needle on political participation by supporting civil society, women's organizations, and the very few women back then who got elected or appointed in national assemblies. It would take my team several months to organize one physical meeting of women politicians from across the region. They would share knowledge and experiences and discuss quota systems, citizenship rights, engage in campaigns, and face a male-dominated political sphere. Today, such conferences are still needed because the road to equality is bumpy and very long. But technology has transformed activism, networking, and coalition building. And it saves us time, because simply gender equality cannot afford any further delays. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Alcori, for your speech. And also we thank Mr. Gutierrez for his very thoughtful and timely message for us this International Women's Day. A sobering message indeed, and a wake-up call as we dive into our forums today. Now, before we head into the first of our 2 forums this morning, it's an honor for me to introduce our keynote speaker for this morning, who sends her apologies that she could not be with us in person today. Instead, she joins us via video message. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting on screen, our keynote address by a notable champion for women and women's rights in Malaysia, our Honorable Minister for Law Reforms and Institutional Governance, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Azalina Othman Said.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished panelists and honored guests, I would like to first welcome all of you to the International Women's Day Forum 2023 and wish everyone a joyous International Women's Day. We have much to be thankful for, and we still have much to look forward to in our advocacy for equality. I would also like to congratulate the United Nations in Malaysia and the National Council of Women's Organization for organizing the International Women's Day Forum 2023. Thank you for inviting me to deliver this keynote speech. International Women's Day is observed globally today to celebrate the achievement of women in domains such as science, arts, society, economy, culture, technology, politics, and many other areas. The theme for this year's International Women's Day is Embrace Equity. When we speak of equity, it is not just about equal rights for women. Gender equity is to ensure strategies and measures are proactively taken to compensate for women's historical and social disadvantages, and making sure that women and men operate on a level playing field. Equity leads to equality. We must continue to fight for equity in all aspects of women's lives through meaningful engagement and deliberation of laws affecting women and inclusion. Women's Day in Malaysia is traditionally observed on the 25th of August. It was a date selected by our first Prime Minister, Tengku Abdul Rahman, who recognized the importance of women's contribution to nation building and to mark the contribution of women to an independent Malaysia. As we celebrate how far Malaysian women have come on this International Women's Day, I wish to remind all of us here that our fight for equal rights and equitable opportunities does not start nor end on this day. There are millions of women who are not in this room today, who need our voices, our efforts, and our skills to do what is right for them. Therefore, it is our ongoing effort and commitment to change that we will lead to the achievement of gender equality in all forms. From the ratification of the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, 1995, the establishment of the Women's Ministry for the Women's Affairs in 2001, to the recent passing of the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act 2022, Malaysian women have come a long way in breaking the glass ceiling for gender equality and beyond. But there is no time to rest. Especially on this day, we need to reiterate the call for meaningful action to accelerate the advancement and the empowerment of women and girls. An important aspect in which much more can and must be done to support women in Malaysia today is the law, which in my opinion is the most effective tool in addressing gender equality, laying foundations of a human economy, empowering women, and protecting the vulnerable. The challenges women face today are not exclusive to Malaysia. It stems from the historical patriarchy, which is pervasive across the whole global political economy, in which women are affected in both their public and private lives. However, scholars argue that the patriarchal system, although have existed for around 5,000 years, wasn't the rule for most of our existence as humans. This proves that it is reversible norm that we are in the course of history where the pendulum swings. Let's look at the present day example. Gender discrimination citizenship law. Our attempts at passing an amendment to provide children born overseas to Malaysian mothers the same rights to citizenship as children born overseas to Malaysian father has been an uphill battle. This gender bias law does not only apply to Malaysia. In fact, it is a piece of archaic legislature that is common to colonized countries. In many instances, discrimination elements of nationality laws were inherited by new states shortly after gaining independence from former colonial powers. In recent years, progressive reforms have been undertaken in countries as diverse as Sri Lanka, Egypt, Algeria, Indonesia, Morocco, Bangladesh, Kenya, Yemen, Senegal, Madagascar, and Sierra Leone, and many more. These countries have enacted equal rights for men and women to confer citizenship rights to their children regardless of who they choose to marry. All these countries had gone through the same process of what we are experiencing now. They too face the same political, religious, and cultural hurdles. Their advocacy, similar to ours, was led by civil societies, affected families, and pro-rights political leaders in these countries. If it worked for them, then it must also be able to work for us. On the 17th of February this year, I presented the Citizenship Constitutional Amendment to the Cabinet. Alhamdulillah, the Cabinet and the Prime Minister was in agreement to amend the Federal Constitution, which will allow the automatic citizenship or Malaysian citizenship to be granted to children born overseas by Malaysian mothers. A basic right that has to date only been accorded to Malaysian fathers. This must change, should change, and shall change. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not beat around the bush. The battle for equal rights for women to automatically pass down citizenship to their children born overseas is not over yet. At this junction, there are certain parties that oppose and will continue to oppose this amendment. Therefore, it is crucial to garner support from all stakeholders, especially civil society organizations, in creating awareness, lobbying for public support, and making a clear stand that gender equality in this citizenship issue is not negotiable. For that, I call upon the 116 member organizations of NCWO to support our advocacy, to the lawmakers who will be responsible for seeing this amendment through in Parliament. And once that is done, we need you to continue to lobby the full execution of this amendment to the relevant and responsible ministries. The end beneficiaries of this amendment are children. I must admit that I am frustrated by the narratives coming from the public, including women themselves, who says that this law is licensing women to marry foreigners, thus opening the gates for an influx of foreigners into our country and eventually taking over business opportunities from the local. Some men go to the extent by saying that aren't Malaysian men good enough for Malaysian women. I find this rhetoric very, very insulting to Malaysian women. Let's not forget, there are thousands of children affected by the absence of one critical word in the Constitution, and that word is mother. Without citizenship status, these children cannot benefit nor participate in what the government can offer, which include access to public schooling, healthcare, and social protection. The hurdles we are experiencing in this journey to the amending of the Federal Constitution for citizenship rights are many, and one of them, as mentioned, being strong opposition from certain parties to the amendment due to cultural norms and expectation. This may be seen like an archaic manner of thinking, but unfortunately many individuals, they can be young, old, men, women, Muslims or non-Muslim, even those in position of leadership, still hold on to those opinions and beliefs. This ties back to the representation of women among decision makers and political participation of women as a whole. There are only 40 of us in the Malaysian Parliament, 30 out of the 222 MPs and 10 out of the 7 senators. There is a stark difference when we compare the percentage with women in other fields, say the corporate sector and the government sector. Research shows that Malaysia has the highest percentage of women CFO among Asian nations, and a parliamentary answer shows that women holding decision-making position in government agencies stand strong at 38.2%. This demonstrates that capability and skills are not the issues impeding the progress of Malaysian women. The issue is that we are still stuck in patriarchal vortex. The lack of women representation in politics is a complex issue. To tackle this, we need to be strategic in our approach. We must nurture new talents, set up mentoring system, peer-to-peer support system, and develop succession plans. I cannot speak on behalf of the other political parties, but at a personal level, I am committed to the capacity of developing new talents in my party. Another approach taken by many countries is to kickstart women's representation by mandating gender quota. Of course, this is done by constitutional or electoral law amendments. But nevertheless, I'm of the opinion that this warrants proactive further studies. In the following sessions, we'll be hearing from exemplary women who are leaders in their field as they share insights on legal and institutional frameworks and discuss the main barriers which prevent women from achieving their full potential in society, the economy, and the political environment. It is my hope that this conversation and discussion we have here are the first step to further empower women and prepare a future in which our girls will not have to fight the same battles as those before them for equality, freedom, and rights. Women have made tremendous strides, and I believe there is still room for improvement in the legal provision to protect, provide for, and support women. I believe the women of the 21st century are important transformational drivers of innovation and job creation for our nation, social and economic growth. I would like to end by quoting Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Fight for the things that you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you. We are all here today because we have one thing in common, our commitment and dedication to fight in achieving true gender equality for all. And I sincerely thank everyone for attending, and once again, Happy International Women's Day. Wa bitaufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We thank Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri for her inspiring words and her call to keep lobbying for gender equality in the conferment of citizenship rights and on increasing women's participation in politics and leadership. And it is certainly something that we will discuss shortly in our forum. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us now to the highlight of our program today, the forums. In our first session, I invite you to take stock with us as we identify how far we've progressed and by breaking down the list of obstacles that still hinder women from achieving our full potential in all areas of society. With the topic, an enabling environment for gender equality and women's empowerment, we'll look at 3 key points: the existing legal and institutional frameworks and how they may advance or stifle us from further progress. Understand the main barriers we still face in society, the economy, and the political sphere, and then identify restrictive social norms and other challenges, as well as how we can address them through the lens of Malaysia Madani. And of course, that also covers what Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri shared earlier in her speech. And yes, it's quite a lot to unpack in just over an hour, but I'm sure with our panel of speakers, we can certainly make a dent in the discourse. So with that, I'd like to invite on stage our panelists, starting with human rights lawyer Ms. Honey Tan. Honey reads and practices law from a feminist perspective. She clarifies that she's not anti-men, she's just trying to correct the inequalities of women's experiences. Apart from law practice and serving in the Bar Council, she also engages in the CEDAW and Universal Periodic Reviews process at the UN. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Honey Tan. Next up, we have Ms. Maria Chin Abdullah, former MP for Petaling Jaya and former Bersih 2.0 chairman. With some 30 years of political, social, and women's activism, Maria remains a vocal advocate of parliamentary and institutional reforms, especially in the areas of gender equality and marginalized communities. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Maria Chin. Next up, we have Ms. Nur Huda Ramli, Program Officer, Outreach and Empowerment, Sisters in Islam. And aside from her role at SIS, Huda is currently also pursuing her master's degree on Islam and gender in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Nur Huda Ramli. And last but certainly not the least, Ms. Izana Saleh, Global President and Asia Director for Girls for Girls. Izana co-founded G4G in 2017, building it into a global organization that now spans 26 countries. Aside from her NGO work, Izana is currently also the CEO of Rise Human Capital. Ladies and gentlemen, Izana Saleh. All right, so we have all our lovely ladies on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, come. Let's give them all a big round of applause to get things started. I'm truly honored actually to be sharing the stage with such wonderful ladies, honestly. Now, sharing your backgrounds earlier in your introduction and coming from your different respective backgrounds, I'd like to kick off our conversation by going around to each of our panelists and addressing first the main barriers and challenges that you've identified in your specific line of work that prevent women from achieving our full potential. Can we kick off with Honey?
Morning everyone, happy International Women's Day.
And to you too, Honey. Now, Honey, what are the main barriers that you see facing women in your line of work particularly?
I think it's a combination of maybe two big areas. One is of course the law, but the law itself has three big components, you know. There's the substance of the law, which is what we always think about when we say law, which is the statute, the written stuff. And then there is also the structure, you know, the structural institution of the law. So we're talking about things like where are courts situated. You know, in Malaysia, we have so many languages. How about interpreters? Are they for free available or do you have to pay? And talking about money, of course, you have to talk about legal aid. But the biggest, I think the biggest struggle for women is actually the context in which law operates, you know. And so now we're heading into the area of, you know, gender stereotypes, discrimination. So discrimination, we have, you know, the direct ones nowadays, not so much in law. Indirect, it is everywhere. And intersectional, that means it's a combination of many factors. So that's one issue. I think the other one, as far as the law is concerned as well, because Malaysia takes a very kind of old-fashioned way of looking at constitutional law. So in Malaysia, any constitutional guarantee, so this stuff that's written in here in our federal constitution, the guarantees here are only for you to claim against the government, right? So that is why we are talking about some kind of other statute law, which is not the constitution, so that citizens can claim rights against each other. Sorry. Whether we're talking about human citizens or citizens in the corporate sense. So that's why a lot of equality issues, you have to struggle really hard to argue it, you know. I mean, the most famous case is that of Beatrice Fernandez against Mars, right? So she couldn't sue successfully Mars for sacking her because she was pregnant. Why? Because Mars is so-called a private citizen. Couple of decades or 3-4 decades later, we have another case, and in that case it's about the teacher. Sorry, the name escapes me. No, so that teacher's case, she successfully sued the government. Why? Because the education ministry is part of the government. So this whole issue of needing to claim your constitutional rights only from the government is a big stumbling block. So yes, we do need some kind of law, some kind of equality law, you know, to enable private citizens to you know, claim rights against each other. But the big issues are gender stereotypes, patriarchy, you know, and all of that impacts credibility of women. So when you are even trying to give evidence in court, you know, that also is very difficult.
Certainly that's given a lot to unpack in our discussion after this, but at least it's a good way to set the stage for our discussion after this. Maria, you've been involved in political, social, women's activism for the last the good part of the last 3 decades. What do you feel are the main barriers for women in your space?
Thank you very much. I think that just to follow up from what Hani is saying, it's really about perspective. We can have laws and policies and all that, but what I find most frustrating is the lack of, still the lack of understanding of what defines discrimination. Yeah, we always have single axis approach towards how we develop policies, how we develop laws, but we miss out is that there are multiple discrimination that faces women, children, girls, boys. So for example, like what we have policies that says that, you know, you have access to health, education, everybody has that. But look at the MCO. Yeah, MCO actually shows to us that a lot of people with this single axis policy faces discrimination because they don't have access to the health screening, the vaccination, the OKU have been left out, the elderlies and women, poor women who don't have the resources for transport to get to some of these vaccination camps that is so far away from where they are staying. So there are these kind of layers of discrimination that I just find that, you know, at the top level, the government actually fails to actually take into consideration. And it's about time that we actually look into this very seriously, because we are going to keep on having laws and policies that actually in itself, though not intentionally, creates discrimination. So like, for example, what YB Minister Azalina has said, her frustration over the passing of this allowing Malaysian women to give citizenship to their children, that kind of argument reflects the perspective of not just general Malaysians, but our elected representatives. That's why it was so difficult in Parliament to get it done. We have brought it up twice. This issue was brought up twice to try to push the law to do the amendment to the Constitution, but every time it has been delayed. And I just really hope that, you know, this time round that the Parliament will really take this very seriously and get it passed, because we are talking about what she says, children. We are not talking about our own perception, our own biasness, but children who don't have access to education, who actually are here for many, many years, but don't have the same rights as any citizens in Malaysia. So I really hope that, you know, this perspective will actually determine how we actually make policies and also laws.
So basically specifying that discrimination, because so many of the challenges that men face, those specific same challenges for women are totally taken for granted. And some of those challenges are even higher, more than what a man would typically face. For example, a man goes out to work, doesn't really have to worry about what's happening at home, but a woman is always thinking in the back of her mind, where am I going to put my kids while I go to work? What's going to happen to them? These are things that I believe men do take for granted. Now, Izana, you've been working on Girls for Girls for the last 6 years, building leadership among young girls and women. In your particular space, what do you see are the main barriers for women wanting to participate in leadership positions?
Sure. Thank you so much, Shani. And also thank you so much to UN Malaysia and NCWO leaders for having me and Girls for Girls today. Essentially, we work on, based on our research, actually how we came about, we work on 3 bases, right? And this is not to discount the other issues that permeate our space, you know, whether it's patriarchy or the laws and all of that. But in Girls for Girls, we work on the woman or the girl herself. And we work in a space of 3. Number 1 is research shows that women and girls don't step up into leadership because there's a lack of confidence or perceived lack of confidence in themselves. And number two, young women might feel like they don't have the technical skills to pursue leadership. And what do I mean by technical skills? I mean, for example, the ability to negotiate, whether it's multilateral negotiations at the UN or your very first salary. I mean, if you go to any businesses, any organizations, and you ask the HR or the CEO, how many % of your fresh grads, the women who come in, or even mid-management women, how many of them actually negotiate the salaries? 70% of women don't. And think about it, these are the things, I see someone nodding at the back there. These are the things that actually expand the gender wage gap, right? So, of course, many other skills that we look at, but a lot of young women feel unsure, not confident about their ability to push these technical skills as a leader, or public speaking skills, for example. And the third space that we work in is the support system. So a lot of the environment, the social, cultural issues affect the way a woman thinks. It's extremely important for us to have people, whether it's partners, parents, friends, acquaintances, who say, hey, Huda, yes, you can do it. This is going to be great. You're going to be amazing, and go for it. I'm here for you. So I know for some, that's not the law, that's not technical, but that's precisely the engine that drives the woman to put their hand up or to take a step forward. So in our space of empowering the woman, or a new word I learned recently, empowering the woman, we work in these three spaces: confidence, technical skills and leadership, and also providing the support system. So Girls for Girls as a whole makes sure that our graduates, our mentees, leave our program with the courage, vision, and skills to pursue their full potential in leadership.
Fantastic. And something that I've picked up from all three of you already is that social norms are a pervasive part of that discrimination, and the thing that prevents us actually from even achieving some of the most basic equal rights. And that's where you come in, Huda, working with sisters in Islam and having to deal with these social norms on a daily basis, changing mindsets in particular. I'm sure you yourself have seen in person what barriers women have to face on a daily basis when it comes to social norms.
So basically, adding up to Izana's point, right, the limiting belief, what actually, restrict women in to fully function their role in the public space, and to be fully empowered in their domestic space as well. So we had this survey on the Muslim youth, which we launched the result in 2022. So this is the survey done on the Muslim youth, basically of the age of 15 to 25. So there is a question that we ask about whether men and women should be equal opportunity in the public space, and they say yes. But there is one question where we ask, if the husband doesn't allow the wife to go to work, do you believe that you should work outside of your house? And apparently the traditional idea of women should stay at home is actually very entrenched in our youth. They said that, majority say that, yes, we should stay at home. So what is this? This is like cognitive dissonance, where these youth believe that men and women should be given equal opportunity, but if my husband does not allow me to go out to work, then I shouldn't go. So where is this barrier coming from? It's from I would say that our biggest concern in Malaysia specifically is religious conservatism. So that's why when we want to address gender equality, when we want to address these barriers, right, religion must be engaged. But the problem with our nation here, we do not have, a lot of women. I would say that women are very underrepresented in the religion space, and we are not claiming that space to be more progressive, to be to be helping more women further. That's why there are a lot of issues regarding health, for example, sexual and reproductive health. That is, where's the restriction coming from? That will be coming from, for example, the religious conservative right-wing organization saying that a women the PrEP shouldn't be given to LGBT communities, for example, right? So at the end of the day, religion always plays a role to determine where the society would go, and then sadly for our state here is that for our country, this kind of public consciousness on religion that is very conservative actually is being shaped, and I will tell you the story later, but basically it's being, the public consciousness of the conservative ideas of religion pertaining women and gender issues and gender rights that is actually affecting everyone, women and even the marginalized communities. Basically, these are the drives that are pushing our policymakers, basically. They don't have a stance to say, our leaders do not have the courage to say that, we shouldn't discriminate women based on their gender. We shouldn't discriminate LGBT community based on their sexual orientation, right? So we do not have these political leaders who are very courageous to put on a very strong stance against it, right? So I would say that our biggest challenge is really religious conservatism, which sadly not many people are addressing this seriously in this country. Yeah.
And I think there is also some level of fear in addressing it, to the point that we find it very difficult to have discourse when it comes to religion. I want to just track back a little bit to Honey. Malaysia has been a signatory to CEDAW, which is the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And we've been a signatory since 1995. And as Karima shared in her speech earlier, rather than actually making significant leaps and bounds forward in meeting the goals of this convention, we are actually regressing in many areas. Sometimes in areas as something we take for granted, like women's reproductive rights, female genital mutilation, things like that. Now, in 2019, the WAO and the Joint Action Group stated in a CEDAW shadow report that women's human rights in Malaysia have progressed in a few areas, regressed in others, and stagnated in many. As a human rights lawyer, how do you think we've done since then, especially considering all the things that our fellow panelists have shared just now?
Okay, I think it's not all bad, but it can be way better and way faster. So let's look at the positives. So now we have assurances that the federal constitution is going to be amended so that women can automatically pass their, citizenship rights to their children. So that's good. Not seen yet, but on the way. Stalking and sexual harassment laws. So now that's also in the books. But stalking they have to retable, yeah. But all these are positives. Now, I would say maybe the big negatives, which we have not wanted to talk about for so long, are two. The easier, lower-hanging fruit to talk about is about amending the DNA Act. So for those of you who don't know, we actually have a DNA Act in Malaysia, and they're mostly to do with, collecting your DNA and stuff for like criminal matters, or in case of like a mass disaster, so they want to collect it. But the huge thing that we are not discussing is about paternity suits. Did you know that in Malaysia, you cannot compel an adult, there's no law to force an adult to produce a DNA sample to prove whether that person is the father or the mother of this child, right? So now there is case law that say the court can order the production of a DNA for a child, but for an adult, you cannot. So why? Nowadays, okay, so the case law says, if you extract blood from a man, so there was a paternity suit there, you are causing him harm. So of course that's an old case. Nowadays, DNA swab, hair samples, right? There's so many ways to do it. But when you have only case law, so that's another aspect of how laws operate in Malaysia. So we're a common law system. So we have written laws and then we have judge-made laws. So Bin State, the case I was talking about, cannot take, causing harm and all that, it can be overturned by other judges or other courts in a, higher up the ladder. So all this is quite unsatisfactory, so it's better to actually have a statute. So it only requires a small amendment in the DNA Act to say that when there is a paternity suit and there are sufficient circumstances to maybe establish that there was a relationship between this woman and this man to produce this child, then the DNA ought to be ordered against the adult and the child. So we are so far behind, other jurisdictions on this. So it's not just an issue of maintenance or the right of the child to know parents. I mean, that's on in the UDHR, right? But it is also about the laws that are happening in Malaysia that punish women specifically. I mean, the infamous one will be the Terengganu Sharia Criminal Offences Act, where they are punishing you for being pregnant, right? Out of wedlock. That's one, and delivering a baby. But there's no immaculate conception here. Somebody impregnated the woman, and the child was born. But do you hear anything about punishing the father? In the first place, we ought not to punish. There ought not to be any offences. But if there were, then you ought to make the man responsible too. So if you amend the DNA Act, you can now say, hey, you are the biological father. So number one, if you want to criminalize sex out of marriage and all that, then the guy must be responsible too. Of course, for maintenance issues under the Sharia laws in Malaysia, if the child is illegitimate, the fathers don't pay maintenance. But there is a sizable minority in Malaysia, the non-Muslims, where this will really be a big help so that you can ask for maintenance and support from the men, right? So that's you. I mean, it sounds quite complex, but now I'm going to head into the other one, which is a bigger issue, and that's marital rape. So did you know that if a husband rapes a wife, right, so forces sex on her without her consent, it's not a crime. It is not a crime. So a guy can jump into the bedroom, some other non-husband guy, rape the wife, that's a crime, right? So, and that is because in section 375 of the Penal Code, it says there is an exception there, okay? That when a husband has sexual intercourse with a wife, is not an offense. You see how neutral that language is? Sexual intercourse. There's no issue about consent or by force there, right? So, again, in terms of amendment to the law, it's so simple. You just delete the exception. Instantly, husband raping wives is a crime. But guess what? Here we have this report in 2004, right? It's the Laporan Jawatan Kuasa Pilihan Khas. So it's the Special Select Committee of the Parliament. And there was a huge, kind of like gathering around looking at amending penal code sections and also the CPC, the Criminal Procedure Code sections. This was in 2004. And the women's groups were lobbying so hard to get marital rape criminalized. And here in this part of the report is the reason why Parliament says, no, we will not delete the exception. So he says here, bagi isu penggunaan kekerasan oleh suami terhadap isteri untuk melakukan hubungan seks, jawatan kuasa tidak bersetuju bahawa suami merogoh seks (marital rape) dijadikan suatu kesalahan di Malaysia dengan alasan ia adalah bertentangan dengan undang-undang syariah dan agama lain. So, in English, briefly it means we are not going to criminalize marital rape because it is against Sharia laws and laws of other religion. I mean, I don't know where the parliamentarians got their information from, but I am sure no religious law will allow a husband to rape the wife, right? So it is time for us to relook at this issue and to delete that section.
I see Huda copiously taking notes here. She definitely has a lot to say. But two things I'm picking up from this. Number one is identifying archaic laws that need to be brought up to present time because we're still living, 30, 40, 50 years in the past where our laws are concerned. And secondly, where it comes to Sharia law, working against civil law, how do you find that middle ground? So Huda, share with us what notes you're taking, please. I'm very curious to know your thoughts here.
Okay, specifically we at Sisters at Islam had written a series on marital rape. We give justification why marital rape should be recognized. What makes it, what makes consent is part and parcel of marital relationship, and why husband cannot force the wife, and yada yada. And to be honest, it's actually that was written because we want to counter the narratives coming from people from the right-wing Islamist, because they say that there is no such thing as marital rape. They wrote series of articles with regard to that, and their argument definitely is flip-floppy, but it mainly goes to the, they use the human right language basically, and they don't use religious argument per se. But even though the religious argument as well is very much, not very strong even. So they say that, conjugal rights, and they say about the responsibility of the husband to, being good to the wife. But, at the end of the day, even though that is very, very sweet to say that marital relationship should be based on love and yada yada, but at the end of the day, they don't want to recognize that marital rape happens. So we have to, counter that argument with series of articles explaining that. But again, the question is, we are the only one who is doing that, but other people are not doing that. So it boils down again back to the issue where religion should be engaged. So I would like to give the kind of comparison to what happened in Indonesia, for example, because women are really claiming their space to be the progressive voice in the religion sphere. So they had this, for the second time, they had this Congress Ulama Perempuan Indonesia, where Sisters in Islam was privileged to be there too. So they actually gathered around more than 1,000 women ulama to actually, formulate fatwas against formulate fatwas for a lot of things. And the latest meetings that they had in 2022, one of the 5 fatwas talking about, female genital mutilation or sunat perempuan. And I think they have also addressed the issue of sexual aggression in the marital relationship. So these are the issues that actually why we really need women in the religious space to exactly address this issue, because coming from the lived realities of women, and then they have the knowledge and capabilities to actually address from their specific perspective, which currently religion is a male-dominated space. They don't want to say, definitely if we, recognize marital rape exists, then definitely the man, their privilege of do whatever is being stripped away. They don't want that, right? So yeah, that's actually, finding the middle ground. Going back to your question, finding the middle ground. I currently see there's no such thing as middle ground happening at the moment, because middle ground can only come from the position where everybody recognize that everyone has their own human rights. So if we believe that middle ground is just based on, we should find middle ground between being non-discriminative to discriminative, there's no such thing as middle ground for that. We should agree to not discriminate, and then we can talk. But how to get to there, right? So I think currently our struggles is we need to mainstream the knowledge that is progressive, and also serving the rights of women, and also the rights of gender rights, so that people are more conscious to a better thing, But currently, because basically what we are having in terms of religious conservatism, I tell you, is a modern phenomenon. The more we advance, actually the more we prosper, the more we have more wealth, basically our society all over the world become more conservative, because they have more privilege, because they have more resources, right? So they become more conservative. That is somehow a paradox, but it happens. So in that sense, the lack of knowledge not being mainstream very well, then this society, very modern society, even though with the advancement of the technology, would not be able to go to, for example, if they're being very religious, they are not able to come to a point where they would understand religious provides space for progressive ideas, right? They would draw back to the conservative idea of religion. So yeah.
So obviously we see that discourse needs to be had on a religious level, and more women, especially the civil society organizations, need to get involved here. But we'll come back to that. I just want to go back to Maria, and looking back at your career of political, social and women's activism, you are very passionate about parliamentary and institutional reform. Listening to what Hani and also Huda have shared, what kind of parliamentary and institutional reforms are needed to help advance gender equality, especially when it comes to dealing with archaic laws and this struggle that we have between civil law and Sharia law? How do we overcome this?
Thank you. I think that what is important is really about not just the laws and the policies, but the perspective. How do we actually make elected representatives understand gender equality is not just about women? Yeah. So I would want to actually see that some kind of dialogue in Parliament about gender equality, about democracy, about governance, to actually engage elected representatives into that kind of discourse. We used to have it in the 2018 where the Parliament actually opened up. I would like to see that happening, because by understanding that, they would be able to produce better laws and policies. But besides that, I feel that, for any policies or laws to actually be implemented, from top to bottom, they have to understand why. It's not just about importance, it's now about urgency. Yeah. Previously, if I remember, Tan Sri Sharifah would remember, NCWO brought in the Canadian Mounted Police to actually train the police and engage our PDRM into a discourse on gender. Intan used to run gender training courses for all civil servants, old and new, so that they actually understand and integrate it into their ministries, into their agencies, into their workplace. So that kind of process have been kind of lost, and that has to be brought in, because if the top understands and not the people who actually implements don't understand, that doesn't work also. The police at the front desk, the hospital, the nurses, the doctors and all that, they have to actually understand why is it important to see a domestic violence case differently, to see marital rape differently, and so forth. So at the Parliament, at the cabinet level, I really would want to see an interministerial committee being formed, so that on a regular basis, they actually sit down together and talk to each other about gender equality. Because sometimes it's a lot of lip service, but when they start talking to each other, they will understand that gender cuts across all ministries, yeah, and coming out with their own budget to resolve gender equality is a plus point and not a minus in their accounts. So that kind of understanding needs to be done. And I do remember that at one point at the cabinet level, there is a gender committee that actually reports to the cabinet on the development of programs related to gender. So this kind of institutionalization has to happen, and we are not doing it. We're doing it according to if there is a minister leading it. But it shouldn't be. It should be in our system already. It should be institutionalized so that we run it whether the the minister is there or not, whether the government is there or not. So then we will be able to see results. If we had been doing the gender training for civil servants and continue, we might have a different outcome. Now. We would also have a different outcome as to how police responds to rape victims, to domestic violence victims, and so forth. So it's important to start changing that mindset, and it has to start from a directive from the top right to the bottom. It's not a top bottom-up approach. It has to do that. And the other thing is that I really would want to see Anti-Discrimination Act being discussed. We did discuss it at the last sitting, but then it is kind of, as usual, shelved again. And I hope that it can be brought back. And together with this Anti-Discrimination Act, it has to have a gender commission. Quite a lot of countries have gender commission. Our neighbor Indonesia has a gender commission. And that actually shows a commitment. So no point signing CEDAW without having a bit of commitment and action on it. The Gender Commission will really monitor and the implementation, because at the end of the day, it is the implementation that we always falters. Where you have nice laws and all that, and then you find that for 2-3 years it gets implemented, and then it gets lost, and then it comes back again. So the consistency, the systematic implementation has to be there. And I think that this is the opportunity now. We have a new government who says that they are committed to reform. This is an opportunity that I feel civil society has to really push the government and elected representatives to take the responsibility and the commitment to make all this happen.
So I saw Honey nodding because she has something to add, but we'll come back to you in a short while, Honey, because I want to pick up on what you said just now, Maria. Now, you're suggesting basically an intra-ministry committee or a commission that will overlook gender discrimination and gender equality within all of the ministries, yes? And I think that is something that we hope can be looked into with this government. But we also we cannot overlook the fact that everything that you're saying comes down to political representation of women in Parliament. And when we do not have enough women in Parliament representing us and our needs and our rights, then it becomes increasingly difficult to champion that. And looking at the performance of women in general in the last general election, a huge drop. So coming over to Izana, where you train women to see themselves in positions and roles of leadership, is there any part of your organization that is working on building women's participation in politics and seeing themselves as political representatives for other women in Malaysia?
Thank you for the very important question, Shani. In G4G, Girls for Girls, we encourage young women to pursue leadership. Initially, when we started, it was focused on political leadership in Malaysia because, as we know, our numbers are paltry. Based on what YB Azalina said earlier, our numbers are at 13.6% in Dewan Rakyat. And we've been sort of ranging between 10 and 14% over the last 10 years. That is actually the faction that always pulls us down when we are being evaluated by the World Economic Forum report, the Gender Gap report. It is Malaysia's political participation. But because we're a global organization, we have organically over the last 6 years moved into a more open space. Having said that, we're a non-partisan organization. However, we are always encouraging of our women, and I see a whole row of them behind there from Girls for Girls. Thank you for coming. We always encourage them to pursue politics. No matter what party, you could have 5 of them sitting there, and they should all be in different parties based on their personal value system. It doesn't matter. So whether you want to join MUDA after this, or PKR after this, or UMNO after this, based on what you want, it's up to you. We completely encourage it, but we encourage collaboration thereafter because we all come from a sisterhood. We want different kind of politics for the new generation. And we do see that based on some of our graduates. We partner with, for example, Parlimen Wanita Muda a couple years ago. We encourage young women who graduate from a program to enter a local council. And what happens is that our mentor-mentee relationship stays for as long as you wish. So yes, we have the formal program that lasts over 6 weeks. We come in again in 6 months to evaluate your progress, whether you've taken action towards leadership. Because sometimes we all need a bit of a nudge, right? After a bit of time, you're like, yes, I'm boosted, I'm confident. And then 6 months later, you start questioning yourself again. And so we come in again and say, hey, did you take that step you promised yourself? Not us, but yourself. And we do see women stepping into political spaces. Obviously, not at the higher ranking positions yet, because we deal with girls in the university space or early corporate space. So that's between 18 and 25. But what we do see is that there's increase in participation in local council politics. There's increase in participation through programs that bring them into parliament or shadow parliament, for example. So the interest was there. It was sort of hidden at first, but because of the relationship they have with our mentors, the speakers that we bring in from either various parties or organizations to talk to them and say, hey, this is what it's like for a woman in this space. In fact, in a couple of weeks, this weekend actually, we've got someone who used to work with YB Hanayo coming in to speak to this cohort lady so that she can share really what does it look like. Politics has a very tough brand. It's a dog-eat-dog world, and it truly is.
And very male-dominated.
Very male-dominated. So whilst we want to encourage more women to go there, we also have to share the realities. When you get there, it's going to be a very lonely journey. Who do you fall back to support you through this? So you have your G4G sisterhood, right? When you get there, it's very hard to trust some of the word that's going out there. Who do you fall back to? So that's a support system. As someone who steps into politics, there's going to be a lot of public speaking. So we train them in this skill as well. And we don't encourage perfection. That is the antithesis of getting things done, but we get them to pick up on skills to be on their toes, to be able to deliver regardless of the fear or the lack of confidence. And also, what we see is that we find, because of the word of mouth and the satisfaction with the program, we see more young people encouraging their friends to come in as mentees. And there's this thing that's happening called reverse mentoring. So our mentors, we've got someone here as well, our head of recruitment for mentors, Sarah Wong. She's seeing that there's a lot of reverse mentoring happening. So mentors are learning from the young ones. What is life like for young women who are interested in leadership today? In 2023, it's a very different environment than, say, our mother's era. So great stuff happening, a lot of women pursuing leadership, and definitely we see in political leadership.
Thank you for that, Izana, and I'm so glad to hear you doing a lot of work in that space. For you, Huda, also being part of a civil society organization, and I think it is an uphill battle for you, especially dealing with the specific space that you're in. What is Sisters in Islam doing on your part to increase the amount of participation from your members, from Muslim women, to have their voices heard in the public space? You were sharing how in Indonesia, the women are openly speaking up and lobbying for their cause. But we don't see a lot of that here in Malaysia, especially amongst Muslim women. And this is a very, very huge part of the society. What is Sisters in Islam doing to encourage women, especially Muslim women, to speak up more for our cause here in Malaysia?
All right. Definitely because of our fatwa being imposed on us. So we have to be very strategic with regard to, do a public call doing this kind of thing. But at our side, we are doing a lot of capacity building with regard to, to giving them knowledge about Islam, gender perspective, as well as the current issues where we are, moving toward to is basically, I'm not saying that we are progressing much at the moment, because we realize that, because of years of Islamization projects that has been done, since the 1980s, it does have impact in the way where our society, believe and also being conscious about religion. The thing about that is, right, what kind of religious orientation that has been mainstreamed into our society, that actually what caused our women, their voices maybe not as strong as our predecessors before. I think in the 1970s, maybe the young women at that time were very outspoken and not being, had this kind of attacks with the labels, for example, liberals or atheists, even murtad and whatnot, right? It didn't happen before, but in this era, even though we are progressing to be more, modern nation, but these kind of labels come out. So definitely the challenge is much more. So we acknowledging this kind of environment that we are in. So what we are doing, we are actually, keep doing the discourse on Islam, gender, and also the current situation of our society. But we are doing there are things that we do publicly, but there are also things that we do in closed sessions. So basically, we are actually looking into those people who can be our allies and whatnot. But this kind of mainstreaming knowledge is something that I see at the moment. We need to find a very, a very good people in terms of, well versed in religion as well as modern sciences. For example, I'm talking about social sciences in terms of STEM and whatever. That is, a lot of groups are actually tackling that. But in terms of social sciences, understanding what your society is, that is not much. So at that level, we are facing a very big challenge. So in that sense, we are pulling in a lot of academics to sit with us and also do courses on this. So at this particular time, acknowledging that religious conservatism is on very high rise currently. So we need to talk about that. But not many people are able to talk about that, right? So we are doing capacity building on that. So we have few cohorts. Actually, we have trained on the issues of religious conservatism and also progressive Islam discourse. So with that, that is the way how we mainstream this kind of, progressive Islam.
And seeing as we have lots of members and representatives from NCWO here, Sisters in Islam is looking for allies. So please do reach out, because I think we do need to band together. We need to band together to create a louder voice, to be heard at the national level. Coming back to you, Honey. Okay, I see Honey nodding a lot during this conversation. I want to go back to the big picture. Let's go back to the Federal Constitution. Federal Constitution, Article 8, bracket 2, guarantees that there'll be no discrimination against citizens on the ground only of religion, race, descent, place of birth, or gender, etc., etc. But why is it that having a constitutional guarantee like we have in our federal constitution not enough to end discrimination against women? What are we doing wrong? What's lacking?
Well, I kind of talked a little bit about it earlier on, about how constitutional guarantees can only be claimed by citizens against the government. That's why you see the disparity in the Beatrice Fernandez case, where she failed in the gender discrimination case. But Nur Fadila, the teacher, a few decades later, she succeeded because that was the Ministry of Education is a government structure. But apart from just looking at laws, because I remember when I talked about law as an institution, there were 3 parts of it. So we seem to focus a lot on the substance of the law, which is very important. But the one that is a real killer for any minority or, marginalized groups is actually the context in which the law works. So just now, I mean, Maria was talking a little bit about training and all. So for people who are engaging with the law, you actually have to start talking about equality and non-discrimination from school, definitely in law school. And then when you move into the more, the actors in the, what they call the justice chain. So you have like the police, Pulapol, do they have actually segments of their training that talk about women's rights? No. What about the DPP, our ILCAP, which is where all the government officials who are engaged with the law are trained? What about judges in the High Court and above? They don't receive sustained training on difficult concepts. I still struggle with it, almost on a daily basis. Non-discrimination, equality, these are difficult. Sometimes I catch myself thinking very discriminatory thoughts, and I'm like, honey, where did that come from? It's from our years and years and years of living here, engaging with people, absorbing our cultural norms, our how we practice our religion and all that. So that's why the biggest job for the government, even in terms of law, maybe especially in terms of law, is they really have to look at Article 5A. So CEDAW, you have ratified it. Come on, Malaysian government, you know this. It's a legal obligation, okay? So 5A talks about having to modify people's behavior, which is the hardest thing to do. Right? Because as a politician, it's much easier for me to say, hey, during my time in parliament or cabinet or whatever, I passed this law, I amended this one, I did this to women. But that's only the substance of the law. When it actually comes to implementing it, claiming it, what happened? Right? And it's because it's very hard to measure. Changes in perceptions, changes in how people look at women, credibility of women. How to go and measure, right? So, okay, that's not lawyers' work, so I also don't know. But I'm just saying, government of Malaysia, especially now, you really have to step up your game and have very clear programs on how you're going to modify. I mean, the word that is used in CEDAW 5A, modify behavior, which I find, at the end of the day, why our laws and policies fail spectacularly sometimes is because we don't do the basic thing, which is modification, changing perceptions. And they don't do that because it's very hard to say, I ran this program and therefore 500 men and women's perceptions were changed. How to measure, right? Maybe 50 years later when you see, now marital rape is a crime, right? It's very difficult.
On the ground, it's always going to be difficult. And we've been talking a lot about a top-down approach, but we may actually see more success with a bottoms-up approach, engaging in civil society, using civil society organizations to get to the government. But before I head to the rest of our speakers, I just want to ask you again, Honey, we've had some baby step improvements. We've got our extended maternity leave, we've got our anti-sexual harassment, our anti-stalking bills, and of course, as Datuk Sri Azlina said, the conferment of Malaysian citizenship on Malaysian women's children born overseas. So yes, there have been baby steps, but what more needs to be done from a legal framework perspective to bring women up to speed with SDG 5? I mean, I know we're a long way. Karima says, 300 years? 300 years away. But what more can be done from a legal framework perspective to get us, on the right track?
I would say if you want a quick fix and something that you can point to and say, I did this, it will be some form of Equality Act.
Yeah.
Right? So you need a anti-discrimination or some kind of Equality Act because it has to be broad-based and intersectional. So you have to talk about discrimination not just based on the grounds of gender. Most usually it's gender, it's your economic status, your educational status, and in Malaysia, our very favorite would be race, right? So these are difficult issues, and especially when they intersect, that's very hard. So that's why we need a form of Anti-Discrimination or Equality Act.
We've been talking about the Gender Equality Act for many, many, many years now, but nothing seems to be happening on that front. Do we perhaps have a more concrete time frame? Have you heard anything on the ground, perhaps?
I think the Women's Minister is saying that they are looking at some Anti-Discrimination Act, and I think that's, to me, more palatable than a Gender Equality Act. Because, like it or not, the minute you say gender in Malaysia, alamak, you women, why you're not equal lah? Why? Oi, your CJ, your Chief Justice is woman. What? Last time we had our central bank governor. The one Zeti also woman. What? So you know why I always tell them, hey, you know why? Can you tell me who's the head of Maybank? What about CIMB? You know why? Because there's so few women, you remember them. Every other person is a guy, and you can't remember them.
Yeah.
So we have to change that.
Yeah. Anti-Discrimination Act.
Yeah.
Maria, you've worked in both government and also as a civil society organization activist. Based on your experience, how can civil society organizations, because I think that's where it's coming from, bottoms up, how can CSOs more effectively engage with the government on getting us up to speed? We know what needs to be done, but getting it done is a whole different ballgame altogether. So how can the CSOs effectively lobby the government in this area?
I think civil society has been very effective, to be honest. If we look at the issue of rape, we started, the women's movement actually started in having this workshop in 1985, if I'm not mistaken. And 10 years down the line, of course, we have a long wait. We have amendments to the laws related to rape. So same as domestic violence, it needs really a big push from ground up, in order for the elected representative to really seriously take note of the issue. So when we started on the issue of rape, I remember Women's Aid were always attacked. Their office were always attacked. Yeah. People throw bricks into their office and things like that. Till now, we are talking about rape and domestic violence, in quote, civilly, where we can actually raise it in parliament, we can actually raise it in the media. So there has to be, but it took us that long. That long, 8 years, 10 years, in order to make any change in the constitution or even having a new law. So I'm hoping that we can cut short it, make it happen, this Anti-Discrimination Act, in 2 years, or 1 year even, if they say that they are ready, we can do it in a year, so that we can actually fast track the process of changing mindsets, getting policies implemented, and making sure that, justice is where it should be. Because a lot of times we are shocked, like, say, for example, the MCO, we're so shocked that, a lot of the women couldn't actually have access to the proper health care. We were shocked that a lot of the poor women were excluded from work because theirs were actually the informal sector. But that has been happening all this while. So only thing is that MCO just exacerbated the situation, brought it up to the forefront, and thank goodness through UNICEF study and all that. But it has been with us, so let us stop it. Enough of getting small shocks, but let us stop this and do the right thing and have the policies and laws not just implemented, but have a proper perspective on it. Because if we don't, we will be excluding people again and again and again.
Yeah. Thank you, Maria. Izan, I'm just going to jump forward to Huda for just a second, because this really does involve the work that you're doing. Child marriage, female circumcision among the many, many issues that we just can't seem to get over. You know, we can probably do something about setting up an anti-discrimination act. We can probably do something about citizenship, etc. All of those things, yes. But we face a lot more obstacles getting these conversations out in the open, getting laws enacted on these particular issues. How exactly can we help Sisters in Islam and organizations like yours to get that discourse out to the point where we can bring us up to speed on a law enactment level, where we can get this enacted and put into force?
That's a very hard question. How everyone can help Sisters in Islam. The thing is, our current biggest challenge is definitely coming from the fatwa labeling us the liberal pluralist, therefore we are a deviant group.
Yeah.
That is the biggest challenge.
Perception.
So it creates this public consciousness, and it leads to, you know, a lot of fear from people, even the CSOs themselves, to really openly engage with us, or even providing spaces for us. But because of that, I mean, we still work, even though within that restricted space. I think since you are asking, so I'm delivering this, you know, message to all of you. Please open up more space for Sisters in Islam to enable us to engage religion with the public, and then not just that, so that we can push our political leaders to actually see that, oh, in our society, it's not just the conservative voice is the, you know, is the loudest. You know, we can also be the loudest voice of the progressive, but it's not supposed to be Sisters in Islam per se. I would say that please do not be afraid to engage religion, because, you know, at the end of the day, religion affects us. In the area where you do not feel, you know, I do not have knowledge about this, for example, or maybe the CSOs were basically secular organization, like, oh, we're non-Muslim, so we shouldn't talk about religion. I'd say that, you know, coming from a background, I was, you know, born and raised in an Islamist environment where I was indoctrinated from a very young age, you know, until up to, you know, where I was in UAE. But I believe there is power in knowledge. Because of knowledge, I changed and came to Sisters in Islam, even though I was taught that Sisters in Islam is a deviant group, you know. So with the power of knowledge, people can change, and that space for knowledge to be mainstream must be opened up as wide as possible. So I really hope that, you know, our allies here can, you know, open up spaces for us to engage and discuss about religion. We should not be afraid, because at the end of the day, gender equality, gender rights and whatnot is a difficult topic. Yep. So with that, also we're going to, you know, talk about this further tomorrow. We're going to have the session on the report of the SDG 5.11, which we talk about the legal structure, whether it is, you know, enough to monitor and also to encourage gender equality. So we are going to have that session tomorrow on the report of SDG 5.11 tomorrow at the Faculty of Law. So I welcome all of you to come over there, and tomorrow to see you guys there. Yeah.
I really do look forward to seeing religious discourse brought out into the mainstream, because it is an undeniable part of building you know, of our social norms, of the mindset that we're dealing with today, that makes it so difficult to implement so many of the laws that we would like to see enacted. Izana, finally coming towards leadership, I know we've discussed a lot of grassroots issues where leadership is probably at the very back of our mind, because we're dealing with some of the most basic issues here. But in your opinion, looking at the goals that have been set out in SDG 5.5 that deal in particular with positions of leadership, how far are we from achieving the goals set out in 5.5, and what more can all of us do to help you, to help girls to get there?
Also a very
loaded question, I know.
Very loaded question there. Well done as a moderator. You know, so for the entire space that we work in globally, as Ms. Karima highlighted earlier, it takes us about 300 years or so to be able to close the gender gap. In Malaysia, speaking about leadership, we always think of political leadership because this is where policies are made. I mean, we listened to our keynote speaker earlier, YB Datuk Sri Azalina, how she has pushed what many of us consider low-hanging fruit, the citizenship issue that's been championed by Family Frontiers. I saw Suri here. This is hard work that has been generations at work, you know. I remember as a young girl listening to this issue discussed 10, 15 years ago, but we're only seeing some traction today. So what do we need to see? What kind of help do we want to be able to see more women in political leadership? I think number one, there needs to be a lot of intergenerational support. So what that means is that the older generation or those who are already in positions of power need to reach out to the younger generation either by mentoring them or by sponsoring them. I don't mean financially, but sponsor in words of merit. Behind closed doors, say that I think this person is doing an amazing work, let's bring her into this space. Because without mentorship and sponsorship, it's very hard to break through certain glass ceilings. So intergenerational support is very important because when we talk about dismantling patriarchy, there's a huge misconception that patriarchy is held and pushed forth by the men. In our experience, women are some of the biggest enablers of patriarchy in culture, in homes. Ms. Maria is just saying exactly, and you know, the thing is, it's so powerful because it permeates into our minds, and we get indoctrinated by it. And the younger generation takes so long to have to unlearn all these indoctrination and then relearn again, and in effect, we've lost 10 years. Right? So number one, intergenerational support, you know, bring in mentor and sponsor. Number two, there needs to be cross-collaboration. We spoke about politics earlier in your earlier question. I'd really love to see there being support across political parties between the women. I've attempted so many events to invite, I think discourse is so important. Like today, I'm sitting here, I'm turning left and right and I'm nodding because I'm really learning a lot as well here. But when we try and organize some other events that are maybe government related, there's always this push, this block, this obstacle. Oh no, you cannot invite this person because they're from that party. Or you cannot invite this person because they're from that party. But why? You are ruining an entire generation of knowledge by being insecure and putting an obstacle for our youth. So I do encourage more women like Wabi Amira here. I'm a big follower on for your social media. I love how you speak and how open you are with getting more women. Yeah, let's work together. Let's collaborate. Okay, I'm from Muda. All right, you're from DAP. All right, you're from
We're women
Amana.
first and
We're
foremost.
women. First and foremost, we must have the women's agenda. Regardless which entity you support for whatever reason, we must support each other. And I know that's a really big ask, but being able to walk that talk will be so monumental for the younger generation. And then they realize that actually we don't have to be vicious with each other. We have enough bias to deal with. We have enough patriarchy to deal with, whether it's the men or women enabling it. Let's support each other. Let's collaborate. The pie is big enough. And if you think it's not big enough, let's widen it even more. So I really would like to encourage CSOs, organizations, lawyers, politicians, let us walk the talk. Let us hold hands and walk the talk. And I see a sizable amount of men in here. You are our allies. There is great power in, I'm afraid I have to say this, there's great power in being a man, but talking about women's issues, because it is so powerful. When you say it, it becomes normalized, it becomes mainstreamed. And I think men underestimate how much they can change the culture, which is extremely powerful, by just being champions, by being there, one, so bravo for being here, but number two, maybe being on stage and talking about this as well, and normalizing it, bringing awareness to your friends and other men. So those would be the steps that I'd encourage. And of course, Girls for Girls, we are a not-for-profit organization. Our entire team is made of volunteers who are full-time everywhere else, but we're just extremely passionate about this cause. So we're really happy to partner with anyone and everyone so that we can help together push this agenda forward. So if there's any way we can support, come in with our modules. We teach 6 modules. Building trust, not just with others, but with yourself in your leadership. Courageous leadership. Huda spoke a lot about having courageous leaders. Arts of communication, being able to speak so you may influence others. Negotiations, being able to pitch what we need in our community as women, and also running for office. And lastly, about ethics and values and decision making. We feel these are very important things for women to push forth. If there's any way we can support your organization and your young women so they may unlearn some of the biases and relearn what's relevant in today's day and age, please reach out to us.
I actually really love what you're saying, Izana, because, you know, as we have heard today, our current generation is dealing with a lot of baggage, okay? And perhaps we need a lot of re-education, a lot of changing of mindsets, but it's not too late for the upcoming generation, our daughters. And we can actually educate them, mentor them to be the next Hani Tan or the next Maria Chin or the next Izana Saleh, the next Nurhuda Ramli. It's not too late, and we can start by working with Girls for Girls on that and other organizations in your space as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd love to open the floor now to questions. We've seen lots of nodding and taking of notes among the audience. So if you have any questions, this is the time to come forward to the microphone and ask your burning question to our panelists here. If I may, could you just state your name and your organization as well, and who you'd like to direct your question to? Thank you.
So yeah, good morning. I'm Christine Chia. I'm from the UN office in Malaysia. So earlier we talked about like the obsolete laws of the penal code, and we addressed like marital rape. So now I would like to highlight also section 498 of the penal code, which I won't quote the entire penal code, but it says that it talks about a man who is caught in bed with a married woman can be sentenced to 2 years in jail. Now this law protects women, but when we talk about gender equality, I think we should also talk about laws which are unjust to men, and this is one of it because this law does not apply to women. So to all the women in this room, if you are enticing a man, whether the man is married or not, you will not be punishable by law. So my question is specifically to Hani Tan, because Shani says you are not anti-men. So if we do away with laws that are archaic and may not be favorable to women, can we introduce laws that also are being fair to men? Thank you.
Good luck, Hani.
Actually, this is a very easy question in the sense that 498 ought to be struck out of our statute books. And also the issue, the way the section is framed, is not about it's not about only men having sex with married women, because they talk about enticing away a woman. So if you look at the case law in India, you have brothel owners also being charged, because if they entice away a married woman to be sex workers, then they can be charged. And sometimes brothel owners are women. But it's even more interesting when you look at the whole background behind how this law came to India, because they have the same section as us. So the initial intent was that women were viewed as a producer, right? So the reason why it was a big deal to entice away a married woman is because then you are without a maid, you are without the gardener, you are without the childcare person. So the stated purpose is that. But the reality is, of course, is all about the man. She is my property. How dare you take her away? So very often you will have what is the stated purpose and how it comes out as very different. So yeah, I just think that this section should be out of the book. So you should not regulate what happens like within the marriage. I mean, get out of it.
But in the spirit of the question also, would an anti-discrimination act also benefit both men and women equally?
Correct. That's
Yes.
why I was talking about an equality act or an anti-discrimination act, something which is clearer, that it's not only about gender.
I hope that answers your question, Christine. All right, we have another question. Please go ahead.
Hello, good morning. My name is Faza Arif. I am from Sabah. I came all the way for this forum today.
Wow, thank you.
Yes.
Give her a big round of applause. That's dedication there.
As you can see, I'm wearing 63 badge because that is the year of the formation of Malaysia. So this year we're going to be 60 years old. So the reason why I came here today, feeling like a minority, is also, I think, one reason why men have to be included in this kind of conversation. Because I have been presidents of parents, teachers, associations, committees and all that. Every time when we want to talk about families, we hardly see the men around because it is assumed that it is only for women. So even in this kind of conversations, this kind of forums, we hardly see men. And it is like Ms. Izana was saying just now, it's like it is good to see some men around, but really when we talk about gender equality, it's about men, women, and all genders. But why is it only the women are talking about it? And you're talking about narrowing and closing the gender gap. But at the moment, I feel like we're just clapping with one hand. So how do we get the men to be involved, more involved in this conversation? It should not be just about enacting laws and all those things, but it should become as mainstream as something that is natural for men to be involved. We're talking about trying to get the quota of 30%, but do we have to get the quota of 50%? Men must be involved in this kind of conversations. Do we have to go to that? So I hope you can answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perhaps, Maria, you'd like to take this one?
Yeah, I think that we need laws as well as we need participation. So I think that both are actually quite important to include men, definitely. If I remember, Awam actually started this white ribbon campaign to actually provide space for men to actually talk about violence against women and violence in general. So, but of course, it really needs men's initiative, to actually come forward, and definitely more spaces need to be created to encourage them, because there is also this perception that if you start talking about women's rights and all that, you are being sissy, you are not so manly. So there are baggage for men to come out to talk about women's rights issues. And we have to start breaking down those barriers. It is not a man only or a woman only kind of campaign. It has to be, gender equality has to be for all. And gender is not just about women. Yeah, it covers everybody. So that is something that we have to actually break through and work together. Definitely, we need everybody. That's why I say that one ministry. Usually, when we talk about gender, it's always fall onto the women's ministry, but it's not their problem. It is every ministry's problem, and if at the top they think like that, I think that, we have a lot more work to do. And civil society would be the driving force, I feel, to actually bring everyone to the table to talk about gender equality. And that's why in laws, when we talk about single axis kind of approach, we will always be, it's either or kind of thing. But the problem is more than just an either or. It actually covers everybody, because we're talking about discrimination. We're not talking about the status of just women, but we're talking about discrimination that is faced by not just women, but men, boys, girls, if you are disabled or orang asli and so forth. So that problem has to be brought all together so that we actually have better perspective on what we want to do. Yeah.
And an anti-discrimination act would cover marginalized communities as well, wouldn't it? Yeah. And we're also dealing with a big problem, as Huda shared earlier, which is mindset. The mindset is already the first stumbling block that we have to get across, whereas you rightly shared in your question, it's a PTA meeting and it's mostly attended by women. So that's a mindset issue that we have to battle as well. Do we have any further questions, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, honey.
Hello. Oh, yeah. Can I just add one thing? Thank you, Azza, for raising this. We go back to this issue of Article 5A of the government's duty to modify behaviors and appreciations and pick these gender stereotype issues. But when you look at our Malaysia Madani, the 6 pillars that they name: sustainability, prosperity, innovation, respect, trust, compassion. Do we hear equality? Do we hear non-discrimination? So even at that, mega policy level, equality and non-discrimination is not a pillar. So, it is a big issue. And how do we even get it to the top leaders that you must always have this front and center, so that the way, laws are passed in Malaysia, it is a policy, it becomes a law. They draft the law and then it gets implemented. So it's not even in one of your 6, right? So I want to ask the PMX, hey, what happened, Equality and non-discrimination, lupa ke? It's bad.
Yes, something definitely to consider. We have time perhaps for one more question from the floor. Yes. Oh, sorry. Right at the back there. We'll come to you perhaps in just a bit, yeah?
Good morning.
Yes.
My name is Mawar. I'm from Venezuela Embassy in Malaysia. And I have a question to any of the panelists. This is regarding a true event of a Muslim wife. It's regarding marital rape, yeah? That when she went and make a police report, and of course they don't recognize that as a rape, and it was taken out from the police report, the word rape. And even the sergeant actually could not help her and asked her to move out from her house to stay somewhere else for her safety, yeah? When she requested for help from the police. So basically from this we know that the police cannot help her in terms of safety. And again, when something happened and she called up the police where the husband was being abusive, and the police said that, okay, this is it's something that they cannot do, they cannot help. So he just hung up the phone. And for this, I'm sure this is not just one case. I'm sure this happened to many, especially Muslim wives. So what can these women do? Where can they turn to? And who actually can help them? And in terms of safety, it happened when the police arrived at the house. There was actually a knife in the living room. But the police informed that there is actually a kitchen knife. And it's considered as a weapon. So, can anyone give an advice on this? Thank you.
Who would like to take this question? Hani, perhaps? Or Huda? No.
I think the fact that the couple are Muslims is actually a non-issue. The issue here is violence. So I'm not clear, because you said you're from the Venezuelan embassy, so I'm not sure whether your example was a Malaysian example or a Venezuelan example.
Malaysian, I believe, yes.
Malaysian. If it is Malaysian, I mean, there is a provision, Section 375A, that talks about where the husband uses force to have sex against his wife. That is also an offense. So, marital rape, that means, okay, I'm just going to be crude here, sorry. Penis entering vagina, husband, wife, that is not a crime. But if I'm threatening, so if I'm husband, I'm threatening you and forcing you to have sex, the crime is the threat. You know? So that's why, if you look at 375A, the punishment is much lower. And it is a magistrate's court case. Rape is a sessions court case, which is a higher court. So nowadays, if that situation repeats, actually, we should also let women know that yes, marital rape may not be a crime, but Section 375A, where you actually use force to have sex, the using force, that part of it is an offense. And they ought to investigate. And in any event, even the threat of violence is also a crime, you know, under the Penal Code using the Domestic Violence Act. And we should know that any party, either husband or wife, convicted of a crime under the Domestic Violence Act, your sentence is actually doubled. Right? So in the context of a marital relationship or the relationships which are set out in the Domestic Violence Act, then it's double.
Is it the same in Sharia law, Huda?
For Sharia law, because I'm not in the area of legal background, but what I remember from my colleagues' knowledge and information, this kind of issues is not being addressed in Sharia law, definitely, because Sharia law is all about, is still under this notion that the wife must obey the husband. So there's no such thing as marital rape going to be recognized in the Sharia law. Yes. So, coming back to all of this, right? At the end of the day, because of that public consciousness belief that especially Muslim, that the wife should obey the husband regardless of anything or any situation, then the law, should reflect that. And this kind of perception and understanding of, marital relation between husband and wife, this must be changed. The public consciousness should change, and then we can actually, capitalize on that to push for reform better. Because at the end of the day, the lived reality is that people want to seek help, and even people want to help, but the system does not support it, right? So yeah, it's really sad to listen to this kind of stories, and yet the fact that out there, I need to bring attention to the current situation, that we are actually at the situation where the right-wing groups are actually pushing to the extreme ends of, whatever it is, we shouldn't recognize marital rape, So something must be done to counter them, because they keep monopolizing on this public consciousness. So yeah.
So another reason for us to bring this into public discourse and speak more regularly about it so that more awareness can be raised on this. Hafiz, do we have any time for a last question? I'm afraid we're going to have to call an end to the forum right here. I'm so sorry. Perhaps during the tea break, you can address the question directly to our panelists. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention for this first panel session of our forum today. I'd like to thank our panelists, Hani, Maria, Izana, Huda, for contributing your thoughts on this topic. Before we close our session, I'd like to call our panelists for a quick photo session at the front of the stage right here. And Hafiz, our everything man, is also our official photographer. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found this session helpful. In the meantime, I would like to thank once again our speakers for spending a valuable time with us this morning. And ladies and gentlemen, ladies, you may return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a 15-minute tea break before continuing with panel discussion 2, Digital Inclusion for Accelerating Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment. Refreshments are provided in the next room where you had your breakfast earlier. Enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here at 11:30. Thank you, and see you in a bit.
Masanya mereka yang disangka lemah akan bangkit dengan keyakinan, akan bangkit dengan kekuatan. Akan mereka mulai menyadari kebaikan bukan kelemahan, kelembutan bukan kebenaran, untuk diri terus diperguna. Wanita, wanita, bangkitlah wanita. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. wahai wanita, berdiri berjuang sebagai rakyat. Kada korulun boros dotun, gadis saikia amu ko bulun. Pokira to senduan tunudan waya anu. Posik no ka no mono luot. Demi anak bangsa kita menyamai kasih, demi generasi kita kuat hadapi. Wanita, rantau ke keningan. Wanita, dari Sabah Pekida. Wanita, seluruh Malaysia. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Wanita rakyat, juga pemimpin. Wanita, dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat. Hangga kayaan turun ai sotinai opo susu. Hangga kaya nom konduan isalom kalana tanon mogi akan ada tiba masanya, mereka yang disangka lemah akan bangkit dengan keyakinan, akan bangkit dengan kekuatan. Akan mereka mulai menyadari kebaikan bukan kelemahan, kelembutan bukan kebenaran, untuk diri terus dipergunakan. Wanita, wanita, bangkitlah wanita. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Bangkitlah wahai wanita, berdiri berjuang sebagai rakyat. Kada korulun boros dotun, gadis saikia amu ko bulun. Pokira to senduan tunudan waya anu. Posik no ka no mono luot. Demi anak bangsa kita menyamai kasih, demi generasi kita kuat hadapi. Wanita, rantau ke keningan. Wanita, dari Sabah Pekida. Wanita, seluruh Malaysia. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama tiba masanya mereka yang disangka lemah akan bangkit dengan keyakinan, akan bangkit dengan kekuatan. Akan mereka mulai menyadari kebaikan bukan kelemahan, kelembutan bukan kebenaran, untuk diri terus dipergunakan. Wanita, wanita, bangkitlah wanita. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Bangkitlah wahai wanita, berdiri berjuang sebagai rakyat. Kada korulun boros do tulun, gadis saikia amu ko bulun. Pagkira to senduan tunudan waya anu, posik noka no mono luot. Demi anak bangsa kita menyamai kasih, demi generasi kita kuat hadapi. Wanita, rantau kekeningan. Wanita, dari Sabah bangkitlah wanita, seluruh Malaysia. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Wanita rakyat, juga pemimpin. Wanita, dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat. Honggo pakaian turun aiso tinai popo susu. Honggo koyo non konduan itsalom kalala sanon mogi iyoy toy po. Akan ada tiba masanya mereka yang disangka lemah akan bangkit dengan keyakinan, akan bangkit dengan kekuatan. Akan mereka mulai menyadari kebaikan bukan kelemahan, kelembutan bukan kebenaran, untuk diri terus dipergunakan. Wanita, wanita, bangkitlah wanita. wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Bangkitlah wahai wanita, berdiri berjuang sebagai rakyat. Kada korulun boros do tulun, kadi saikia amu ko bulun. Pokira to senduan tunudan waya anu, posik no ka no mono luot. Demi anak bangsa kita menyamai kasih, demi generasi kita kuat hadapi. Wanita, rangau kekeningan. Wanita, dari Sabah ke wanita, seluruh Malaysia. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Wanita rakyat, juga pemimpin. Wanita, dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat. Honggo pakaian turun aiso tinai opo susu. Honggo koyo non konduan itsalom kalala sanon mogi iyoy toipo. Akan ada tiba masanya, mereka yang disangka lemah akan bangkit dengan keyakinan, akan bangkit dengan kekuatan. Akan mereka mulai menyadari kebaikan bukan kelemahan, kelembutan bukan kebenaran, untuk diri terus dipergunakan. Wanita, wanita, bangkitlah wanita. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. Dan wanita adalah rakyat, dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan, bersama-sama berjuang. berjuang sebagai rakyat. Kada korulun boros do tulun gadis saikia amu ko bulun. Pagiro to senduan tunudan waya anu. Posik no ka no mono luot. Demi anak bangsa kita menyamai kasih. Demi generasi kita kuat hadapi. Wanita rantau ke keningan. Wanita dari Sabah ke Wanita seluruh Malaysia. Dan wanita adalah rakyat. Dan wanita adalah pemimpin. Wanita berdiri di hadapan bersama-sama.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we hope to restart our session anytime now. We'd like to invite you all back into the auditorium so that we can kick off panel discussion 2. We'd like to request everyone's cooperation to return to the hall as soon as you can, as 2 of our speakers do need to leave at 12:30. So we seek your cooperation to please return to the hall and make yourselves comfortable as we kick off panel discussion 2. Thank you.
I like the way you speak. You are so excellent.
Fantastic moderation. So interesting. I'm glad nobody comes. No one would have come.
Kalau kau dah masuk.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you had a good break. Before we kick off our next panel session, I'm pleased to announce a keynote address from our Honorable Minister of Communication, Yang Muhammad Fahmi Fadzil, via video message in conjunction with our theme, this International Women's Day. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Yang Berhormat Fahmi Fadzil.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, a very good morning, salam perpaduan, and salam Malaysia Madani. Thank you very much for inviting me to deliver a keynote address for this session. I have to apologize profusely for not being able to be there in person, but I have taken the opportunity to record my thoughts, which I would like to share with you, all those of you who are gathered here today. Ladies and gentlemen, digital inclusion for accelerating gender equality and women's empowerment is truly one of the things that this ministry is working on. There are 3 key issues, 3 thrusts of the Ministry of Communications and Digital that we are focusing on. First, infrastructure. And on this, it's about ensuring that we can bridge the digital divide, which we often understand as being the gap between urban and rural, especially in terms of connectivity and access to internet. And the ministry, in this sense, in a very real, physical way, aims to bridge this gap by not only looking at specific technologies such as satellite, TV white space, and other forms of data transmission, particularly to reach the final 3% of populated areas throughout Malaysia that are as yet unconnected with either the internet or terrestrial communication. This amounts to perhaps some 2,000 to 3,000 sites or locations, many of which are in very rural, very remote areas, including whether it's the pedalaman of Sabah, Sarawak, the Orang Asli posts, or islands throughout Malaysia. Of course, we can't talk about bridging the digital divide only in terms of access between communities, but also between genders, not only purely for the sake of access, but rather the opportunities that are presented with that access. If we were to look at the latest data from the Department of Statistics, I coincidentally yesterday had a meeting with the Ministry for Women's Development, and the rate of participation of women in the labor force is estimated to be at about 55% versus that of men, which amounts to approximately 80.9%. This means that, of course, there appears to be more women who are as yet uninvolved or not included in the labor force. This is, of course, taking into consideration the traditional idea or notion of what it means to be part of a labor force. As we all are aware, recently the government and parliament passed an act which enables housewives, currently not house husbands, mind you, only housewives, to be given SOCSO protection. In other words, there's an acknowledgement that housewives are a form of work, and yet housewives are not taken into account in terms of the traditional conventional sense of what it means to be part of the labor market. Having said that, access to particularly the internet, whether it be through mobile communications or fixed line broadband, would enable any community, including women who are as yet not included in the labor force, to participate in what we call the digital economy. This is, of course, a very exciting aspect of our lives today. There are things and economic activities which we never fathomed before this, that we never imagined. For example, it used to be that for you to sell something, you would have to meet someone in person, or at most you would see people try to sell things on TV. Today, all you need to do is open up your phone, and with the internet and with some savvy marketing skills, you can sell almost anything. We've seen how people have leveraged or used social media to sell everything from nasi lemak to goreng pisang to things which are far more complicated like services and more. As such, the opportunities presented by access to internet are truly wondrous. How then do we ensure that women's economic empowerment and participation of women in the labor force is factored in when we discuss, when we talk about, when we deliberate on the idea or concept of digital inclusion? For this ministry, one of the key things is we have what we call gender focal point. My TKSU, Puan Mastura, is someone that has been identified by the Women's Ministry as being one such focal point. And I have in fact requested that in terms of the grants that my ministry has given out, there should be gender disaggregated data as well as age disaggregated data in order for us to understand more completely which communities are better addressed through some of the programs or grants that are given out. Ladies and gentlemen, how do we leverage social media when we talk about leadership and political participation. We've seen, not only in the most recent elections, but also in several past elections, that what we now call social media, be it Facebook, WhatsApp, or earlier incarnations including blogs, play a role in not only enabling citizens to air their grievances, to show their support for a particular party or leader or particular movement, but also to coalesce around ideas and to mobilize. And this, we have seen, has brought about changes in society. Of course, as a government, our concern is not only ensuring that democratization of social media, meaning more people get to use it, and if possible, for the most well-intentioned ends of greater participation in the democratic process. Yet at the same time, there are caveats, there are concerns. For example, there is the question of fake news. There is also the question of the manufacturing or engineering of consent through the use of bots or cyber troopers. You don't know really for sure those who leave comments on social media are really who they claim to be. Not only that, we've seen the proliferation of scam tactics, people who claim to be selling services such as home cleaners or selling products that actually don't exist, or investment schemes that end up being black holes for your savings. As such, social media really, truly is a double-edged sword. One could use it for good or for ill. And yet, when we talk about leadership, whether it's organizational, in your community, or even in terms of the advancement of certain ideas, social media truly is a leveler, because it has reduced access to what we understand to be a cyber public space, where before, in order for us to air our views, you would need to own a paper or start a broadcasting company. And yet now, this so-called great leveler, the democratizer of social media, is really your handphone, the device with which I am recording this address. And so it's really about understanding the opportunities presented by social media, understanding also its limitations. Nothing really beats a face-to-face interaction. There's nothing like walking together at a rally with people who share your views and ideals. But at the same time, there's also this idea that through social media, you can participate regardless of wherever you are, whatever time zone you're in, whoever you might be. I have no real answers to how we can leverage social media to increase political participation, but I would like to leave you this thought. Actually, with social media today, you could probably put up a poll and get some kind of answers from people who have social media accounts. That is perhaps a very interesting twist in the tale. There's one more thing I'd like to share with all of you today, which is what is the best way for us to engage young women, especially in order to achieve the aspirations of Malaysia Madani, in terms of nation building, in terms of working together, in terms of finding ways forward. The best way to engage is to have discourses, to hear each other out, to provide platforms and opportunities to listen to these ideas that young women have about how they feel Malaysia perhaps should be run, Malaysia should be developed, communities should be included, ideas should be shared, generated, propagated, realized. But more than that, it's about providing opportunities for participation. And this can be done in many ways. For example, by having a very progressive policy to ensure greater participation of perhaps younger women, but also just generally women in various organizational structures. For example, my parliamentary constituency office, almost 50% of my colleagues in the office are women, and 90% of them are women from Kampung Kerinci. And so in that way, at least for me, at least in Lembah Pantai, I try to ensure that more women have a say in the kind of programs that we conduct, and I can see the so-called fruits of our labor. The educational programs that we have been running, either to read or speak English, the tuition programs, the welfare programs, the health clinics, as well as entrepreneurial opportunities, especially for whether they're single women or just women in the community. In one area of Lembah Pantai, PPR Kampung Limau, last year in 2022, there was a group of women who, when they started out this program of just communal baking, they started out with a very modest capital of 50 ringgit, and at the end of the program, the turnover was something like 10,000 ringgit. So to me, engaging women, particularly young women, is a great opportunity to find out perhaps better ways of finding these ways forward. But perhaps those of you who are in this session, those of you who are here, may have your own ideas. And since I'm not there, perhaps you can also share your thoughts with me. What is it that my ministry or I myself as a member of parliament can do, perhaps do better to engage young women, to work with more women, in order to have more inclusive and gender sensitive or gender responsive programs and budgeting, in order for us to have a more inclusive view of development for the nation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, those are some of the thoughts I'd like to share with you. I wish you all a very pleasant day and hope to see you soon. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
On behalf of the organisers, we thank Yang Muhammad Fahmi for his insights in the spirit of today's theme, which ironically showcases the beauty of digital technology and leads us nicely into our second panel discussion, Digital Inclusion for Accelerating Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the global theme of IWD 2023 is Digital Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality. And so it's only apt that we now zoom in and take a look at how digital inclusion and transformative technology has impacted women within the Malaysian landscape. In line with that, in this session we hope to understand how digital inclusion is supporting women's economic empowerment and female labor force participation, how to leverage social media for leadership and political participation and influence, and how to further engage with young women as key players in achieving the aspirations of Malaysia Madani. And to help us uncover the answers to that, I'd like to invite on stage our panelists, beginning with Ms. Nadira Yusof, CEO of Kiddo Care, Nadira describes herself as a venture builder, serial entrepreneur, mother of 6, and technology junkie. Apart from Kiddo Care, which she co-founded in 2018 together with Muhaini Mahmud, who is also among us in the audience, Nadira has also founded or played an active role in women's NGOs such as the NCWO, ASEAN Women Entrepreneurs Network, and Girls in Tech Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, Nadira Yusof. I'd also like to introduce Ms. Kira Yusri, co-founder of Undi 18, and since 2022 appointed as Special Advisor on Youth to the European Commission. Kira also currently serves as Education Director at Undi 18, where she leads voter education initiatives such as Parliament Digital. Ladies and gentlemen, Kira Yusri. And last but certainly not the least, Ms. Amira Aisha binti Abdul Aziz, co-founder and Deputy President of the Malaysian United Democratic Alliance, or MUDA. Amira notably won a 6-corner fight to take the Puteri Wangsa seat in the Johor State Legislative Assembly, where she now serves as its youngest member, its first female for the seat of Puteri Wangsa, and the only Legislative Assembly member from her party. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Amira Aisha. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining us today. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I've been told that 2 of our panelists, Amira and Kira, have to leave us at 12:30. So we'll need to really speed up this conversation and try to make it count. And we'll try to get you out of here as soon as possible, okay? Now, to kick things off, ladies, all 3 of you are wonderful examples of how digital inclusion has enabled you to successfully build organizations that empower not just your organizations, but other women as well. So let's kick off our discussion by going around to each of you to share how you separately leveraged on technology in each of your respective spaces. How about we kick off with you, Nadira?
Thank you, Shani. Very lovely to be here. Very empowering too to be in a room with people of the same passion, right? At Kiddo Care, it's essentially just building upon technology to enable women to participate in workforce, to empower them to do the things that they want to do, to enable them to participate in other economic activities. So technology would be at the core of it, and how we build technology is to look at what women really want, how they want to participate in this workforce, how they want to grow, and building it as a form of a gig economy structure that is also a circular economy model that will plow back when women goes to work to support other women with childcare. They come back and allow other women to participate in other types of activities. That's how we build our technology.
Fantastic, Nadira. And to you, Kira, how did you leverage technology to enable you to achieve your means within Undi 18?
Yeah, Assalamualaikum, good morning. Thank you for having me today. I think it's very simple because for Undi 18, 90% of our programs are online. So when you design our programs with online first, you have to take into account what are the accessibility of our programs, what is the inclusivity policies that we have for our programs. For example, Parliament Digital, one of the amazing program that we did over NCWO. It was in response to when Parliament wasn't sitting at that time during the government emergency. We wanted to prove that you could do a Parliament sitting online. But as we were planning the program, we also realized we could also prove that women and girls belong in Parliament, right? Because this was a program that we designed with inclusivity in mind, with representation in mind. We had nearly 50% of young girls represented in the program. And in actual Parliament, as the previous panel mentioned earlier, we are far, far, far behind from that, right? But when we realized as we were processing applications and working with young women, one thing that we noticed was that, number one, most families, especially from low-income families, will only share one device throughout the whole family. You have issues of owning devices. You have issues of even paying for internet data. I've had students who dial into my workshops from their roof because there was the only place where they had internet reception, right? These are all environment where it's clearly not conducive, clearly not safe for young people to participate. And one of the ways we tried our best to mitigate these issues that we provide equipment direct to them. So they would write into us and say that, okay, actually I do need a phone, I need like an earphones, I need money to buy data, and we would just give this to them, no questions asked. Because for a lot of time, even asking is very much, you can be stigmatized for doing that, right? So I think when we work with marginalized communities, a lot of time we have to provide that option from the very get-go and not assume that if someone needs help, they will ask for it. So that's one of the policies that we adopt within our organization. And I think, but overall, in general, we always have a very clear target that, okay, I tell my team members all the time is that we want to have 50% gender representation when it comes to our programs, because we have to do better than 14% in parliament. We have to do better than the 30% target that political parties have. If women are 50% of the population, we need to reflect that in our marketing, in our messaging. We intentionally design, recruitment materials on social media with very targeted. Like for example, you feature young women on the illustration, because otherwise, if you don't from the very beginning recruit or market with gender representation in mind, you only realize much later when the applications come in, you only have 10-20% women applying. So I think intention is very, very important.
And I think what you've said here is already proof that when you enable women with digital technology, you can increase political participation up to 50% and possibly even more. So it's really just about enabling them, and the digital tech gives them that outlet to do so. So, all right, we can all go home now.
Just give everyone a laptop. We'll have so much problem solved. Yeah.
Amira and yourself, congratulations on winning the seat at Puteri Wangsa. How much of digital technology actually contributed to your success for winning that seat, and also in the programs that you're doing at Muda?
Thank you so much, first and foremost, for having me here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Good afternoon. Is it morning or afternoon?
Still morning.
To everyone.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think nowadays politics are looking a lot more different than what it was back then. When you look at politics back then, or community engagement back then, a lot of it was going door to door, trying to convince people to support your cause. You have to have a face-to-face interactions with people to convince them what kind of policies that you want to push for. However, with the advancement of technology, social media has become the main tool of political communication nowadays. And that goes the same for myself as well. For example, for me, I began my political journey through TikTok. And now this is something that is very prevalent in this current generation. And I would say, like, for example, the previous general election that we had, I would call it a TikTok election. Yes, because that's absolutely where you see all the political parties campaigning, and you see, news and also fake news, you see information and misinformations. But whether you like it or not, that's where the world is going to. And this is not just in Malaysia. You see, for example, in Philippines, in Ecuador, they all had what they call TikTok elections as well. And, it's not okay for us to just say that this is Gen Z thing and we don't want to be in it, because whether you like it or not, that's where the majority of the audience is at. And if you shy away from something like that, then you will only give room for other people to spread their information, and you won't have chance to then promote your ideals and your cause. For me in Puteri Wangsa as well, largely my campaign, because I was in an urban area, and so when we're talking about urban area, for example, in a place like Puteri Wangsa, or largely places like Kuala Lumpur, or even in a rural and semi-urban area, a lot of the voters are not actually on the ground living there. For example, this like a simple thing. If you ask everyone when you're sitting at a table in Kuala Lumpur and you ask them where will they be voting at, usually you won't get everyone from Kuala Lumpur, right? They might be voting in Johor, this person might be voting in Pahang, that person might be voting in Sabah. And so door-to-door campaigning has reduced a lot more in comparison to digital campaigning, because now my voters will not be just in Puteri Wangsa, but my voters will also be in Kuala Lumpur, in Sabah, Sarawak, and because I'm in Johor, largely they are also in Singapore. And that is why I think when it comes to campaigning, political campaigning, and also communities engagement, it has to go hand in hand. Of course, it's important for you to be on the ground, because people will say, if you're a politician, you don't go on the ground, and people will say that you do not care about what you're doing or your constituency. But also at the same time, whatever you are doing on the ground has to also go up on social media for other people who are not living in the constituency to look at.
I think it's fantastic that we've already seen evidence of how digital technology and social media can be used very effectively to increase women's public involvement in the public sphere. But let's dial back a little bit and go into how digital inclusion also helps solve some very basic unmet needs that face women nowadays, particularly in the labor force participation. And this is where you come in with Kiddo Care, Nadira. Now, in the earlier panel session and also in some of the speeches that we heard, one of the issues raised that tends to affect women's participation in public life is the lack of support systems for women in areas like childcare. And based on your experience in the space, what else needs to be done to provide the childcare support women need to rejoin the workforce, and how much can digital technology help to do that?
Thank you. I think what we have been doing in Kiddo Care is trying to address that problem. If we drill down the reasons to why women, step back from employment, that's one. Number two, when they are in employment, they even say no to promotion. Now, how are we going to achieve the 30% women on board and things like that? When women are saying no, I'll step back because I do not want that extra responsibilities, right? And we drilled it down further. That it boils down to two factors. One is cost, and the other one is the reliability of childcare itself, the access and how safe it is. And what we can do, or what we are doing in Kiddo Care, is really to use technology to improve the inefficiencies that we're having in childcare. So technology is used to make sure that childcare can be delivered safer. So it's ensuring the safety of the child, the well-being of the child, the health and the better education of the child. Technology is also used to formalize, women in the childcare sector, and when we formalize them, we can also professionalize them, ensure better decent income for them, ensure better working environment, better social safety nets, better protection. So all this will enable women to then either participate into the workforce because they have better quality childcare, they have access to better quality childcare, but also giving a chance for women to participate as caregivers in the childcare industry, right? We're seeing, when we first started 4 years ago, we're seeing a lot of reliance on childcare on foreign workers, right? While in Malaysia alone, we have more than 80 institutions basically churning out childcare graduates in various levels, certificate, diploma, and degree. And they're not coming into the industry to actually work within this field. And when we look into it, it's often, how the environment of work is. It's stressful, they work long hours, the pay is small, and this sector is often seen as something that's unattractive, and it has lacked career growth. And we wanted to change that, and technology can really change that. It allows for the women in the industry to basically advance themselves. They can start off as babysitters, but professional babysitters with the training that we provide, and then come in, build the interest, and after that take on more programs, micro-credential, other certification to actually grow themselves to become professional teachers and soon entrepreneurs. And this will enable women to participate in that economic activities, at the same time support women who actually need the support. So that's what we're building with Kiddo Care, and using technology to essentially do that.
So you're covering all the fronts. Excellent work. Kira, let's talk about how digital technology has actually helped to raise a political awareness of young people, and in particular girls as well. In your case, we saw how powerful social media was in advancing the cause of Undi 18, to the point that it made history when it was unanimously passed in Parliament in 2019. Congratulations on that. That was a huge feat. Now, yeah, it was a huge feat, especially since it was such a thorny issue. It was such a thorny issue, and yet you were able to leverage digital technology, create awareness, and beat that thorniness out of the issue and get it unanimously passed, bipartisan. So can you share how you leveraged that social media to overcome those negative, those negative feedback that you got about this?
I think as we were running the campaign, so the campaign started in 2017, early 2017, when I was just a final year student. So I graduated, came back to Malaysia and launched the campaign. I think the key difference, I think, that set us apart was that we were very adventurous in trying social media. I think at that point in time, not everyone knew how to best utilize social media, and I think that was before the idea of webinars, before the idea of Facebook Live or like Instagram takeovers, and there was no TikTok. I think we had Vine. I don't know if anyone here knows Vine, but it was a huge thing in the US. But you know, because I was a student, I was studying abroad at the time, and we saw movements like Black Lives Matter. We saw campaigns, to support Asian Americans who were facing violence at the time, and how young people were essentially mobilized using social media through the idea of hashtags. So at that time, hashtag wasn't even like a campaign thought. We knew that whatever campaign we come up with, it has to be snappy, it has to be exciting. The idea of something as simple as Undi 18, vote 18, was so simple and so little characters it could fit on a tweet, right? And you could still have elaboration about it. The campaign back then, we started with buying for the first time a phone tripod, putting it in my living room, and then Tharma and I would talk in front of a Facebook Live. And I think what we've realized that social media enabled people to get to know us directly without using mass media, right? We were young people with no access to journalists, no access to editors or even politicians. We had no political friends at that time. But because social media was so easily accessible by so many young people, when we launched our petition, we immediately had people messaging us saying they want to join. And until today, I still have not met some of the people that was in the initial lineup of our volunteers, because we've never met, but we've worked virtually together for the past 5, 6 years now.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you were doing this cross-border while you were overseas.
Yeah, so it started when I was still in the US. So we worked with Malaysian students overseas at that time. So we worked with Malaysian students in the UK, in Egypt, in China, in Singapore, Hong Kong. So it was initially launched through that network until we came home to Malaysia and realized that, okay, we can't just do a social media campaign anymore. We have to start meeting politicians. And that's when we moved our advocacy from online to offline. And of course, while online is really great, you still need that final push to get into parliament. And that's how, YB Sadiq at the time, with the Minister of Youth, pushed that final, through to the end. And we couldn't have done it without that. But additionally, in 2021, when we launched our lawsuit against the government to implement Undi 18, because that time they wanted to delay it, while the lawyers worked on the actual case and the lawsuit, we ran a whole social media campaign around it. Our lawyers are also young lawyers, but they had no idea about TikTok or like Instagram and things like that. So when the moment it came out, right, my team would like record them, okay, give 2-3 words, snapshots of what happened in there, break down the legal jargon. What is a judicial review? What does it mean when the judge says this? What does it mean, when you have case management, etc., etc.? Because if you're not a law student, you have no idea what all these are. So whenever we had an update about a lawsuit, it was everyone would know about it. And we realized that this is how we can get people continuously engaged, because the bill was passed in 2019, but in 2021 we still needed people's support to pass it in. I think Family Frontiers also do this really, really well, a campaign to accompany the lawsuit. And I hope that for activists or advocates, we explore all levels of activism, and there is certainly an art to combine online and offline advocacy, actually, to make sure that the advocacy is accessible, so it's not just limited to a few people that knows about it, but also you can easily convert people to become champions of your cause.
Yeah. So basically you're able to use it as a platform across borders that made it very effective, and also it's very useful as a lobbying tool to get your message further across.
Because all the ministers are online now.
Yes,
all
exactly.
these politicians are online. If you're not able to knock on their doors, we can make enough noise that they have to reply to you on Twitter.
Exactly. If the LRT is down, just tag Anthony Look and everything will be taken care of. Exactly. Now, Amira, you're in a very unique position in the sense that you use digital technology to help with your campaigning. How do you feel digital tech helped in not just your victory, but also in your current role as a member of the Legislative Assembly?
Well, I think first and foremost, even during the campaign itself, it wasn't just about reaching out to get people to know me, but also I remember this one thing that I have to share with everyone here. At that point of time, we were very concerned because it was the Johor States election, and usually when you have states election or even a smaller election, you're very worried about voter turnout, and the power of social media as such that Kira said, also alluded to just now, is that especially among the young people, there was always this what we call FOMO, fear of missing out. And so we are trying to leverage on that so that we create, for example, like dancing trends or even any kind of trends on TikTok, on Instagram, and hashtags. And all these things will create the fear of missing out among the young people. And so, they see their friends do it. And so I want to do it as well. Of course, there's, two sides of the coins when it comes to voting, for example, because they might see their friends voting and they also want to vote, but they might not be politically aware about who they voted for. But at the end of the day, the most important thing for us was to push to have higher voter turnout at that point of time. So I remembered creating a small campaign using dollar sound on TikTok to get people to come back and vote. And I think it is quite successful. I would say it's quite successful because then I can see even older generations are following that TikTok. Generations like my mother's generation. Wow. And so that I think is a very prominent tool of social media to tackle the fear of missing out among general public. When it comes to the duties in my current constituency, again, there are a lot of things that the general public do not know when it comes to informations by the current state government or information by the federal government. Let's say, for example, we have the recent flood in Johor, and Johor was very badly affected. I just came back from Johor as well, like late last night, because we had a huge meeting among all the ADUN and EXCO to discuss about the flood. However, general public do not know where can they get assistance when it comes to flood relief effort. Where can they apply for, let's say, compensation for the loss of their own staff and the damages that have been done to their houses. And so this is where the duty of, let's say, I would say the duty of elected representatives to spread this message to everyone within your constituency. And so, for example, within my duty as an elected rep, I do a lot of messaging to my constituency as well as those outside of my constituency. Let's say, like recently, NATMA has released, the flood relief effort that people can apply for. And this is where social media comes in handy because a lot of people go to social media to look for assistance. Number two, whenever I wanted to go to my state legislative seating, I will always have town halls first. These town halls, I think, is very important for me to have not just, democracy, but also participative democracy. I want my constituency to be able to communicate with me, to tell me what they want me to raise in the State Legislative Assembly. And so I always have town halls. However, unfortunately, people don't really come to town halls, unfortunately, and especially young people. Whenever I do town hall, I can say almost 100% of them are 60 and above, are retirees. You don't have young people coming to town halls. And especially, those who are in their early 20s or those who are in their early 30s, they would rather just sit at home if they have chance to rest from their hard day work. And so other than town halls, what I do is I do a lot of engagement via Facebook Live, Instagram Live, TikTok Live, and as well as I really love that Instagram has now a tool where you can ask any question on Instagram, and I also do that to collect give me any suggestion of what I should bring to State Legislative Assembly. And so all these kind of tools are very helpful for an elected representative to be a representative, right? And I think it's important for politicians to understand that the days where politicians know all is over, right? What is important for us to do is to listen to what our grounds want and then to meet their needs and to meet their wants. And it's also important in that sense to have a two-way engagement with your grounds. And so social media has been very helpful in terms of that. And if I also may be able to share is that one thing after pandemic has happened, digital learning has become something that is very, very big. Whether or not you have an online class, or even in physical classroom, digital learning has become very prevalent. However, unfortunately, not every student has a chance or have an access at digital tools. And so recently, I had a privilege and a chance to participate in the IVLP program, and I went to the US for 1 month. And I thought, I'm not in the constituency, and I do not want people to say, look, we pay for your salary, it's from the taxpayers' money, but you're not in the constituency. And so what I did was I give back my full February salary to launch a project which I called This Is It, or This Is IT, in which in that project we managed to buy, not huge, very small, but 20 tablets for underprivileged students in my constituency. Thank you. However, I do not want it to stop at just giving the tool to the students, right? And so when we are giving this tool, it's also important to equip them with the knowledge of how you can use those tools. And so with This Is It, we're not just providing tablets for the underprivileged students, we're also teaching them how to do simple designing class, simple video making class. We're teaching them how to use, it's very surprising how a lot of people do not know how to use simple Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, how to use Excel, and we also teach them how to engage and do advocacy through TikTok, whether you want it or not. But I think it's very important to have these skills so that it can advance your career in the future as well.
Wow, thank you for that fantastic sharing. And I think based on all of the examples that you've shared, ladies, it's very clear that having digital technology at our fingertips is very empowering for youth and for women in general. And that obviously digital tech is an enabler and a great equalizer, as YB Fahmi said in his keynote address. But let us also touch on the fact that, as I shared in my intro this morning, that there is a downside as well to this, a persistent gender gap in digital access that is keeping women from unlocking technology's full potential. So we do have an underrepresentation in STEM education and careers. We also have the pervasive threat of online gender-based violence. So I want to quickly touch on this because we can't talk about digital technology and women without touching on this. Now, Nadira, you're also involved in Girls for Tech. In fact, you helped found it, correct? What are your thoughts on women and girls being so underrepresented in STEM education and technology careers?
I think it starts from the school level, the exposure that we have on technology and STEM in school, and I think this is my personal take. Being an engineer myself and somebody who actually builds the technologies, right? The approach that we take in exposing our young children, girls especially, to technology in school is very curriculum based, rather than exposing them to the real world usage of technology and innovation, and letting them start on actually building this technology and innovation, which will lead to interest. Usually in school you are taught to understand and memorize theories and all that, and it can become rather overwhelming, just as it is right now. We have women in businesses, and it is still very challenging to get women to adopt technology in their businesses because it's very overwhelming. There's just so many parts of technology that's available out there. You really don't know how or which is for you, right? So I think it starts from school, and I think we have to start getting our girls to utilize technology to build something, right? When you build, you produce, you get people to use them, you feel good about yourself, and then you will be able to create that kind of interest to do more, right? I think we should start looking into, introducing them to technology early by allowing them to produce, not just teaching technology to them, even science and STEM for that matter, right? And as they approach, I think we have many women who goes into universities and study STEM actually, right? But they don't come out and work, and if that boils down to why are they not participating in workforce and all that. But even then, coming out and not working in formal workforce, they could still participate in other economic activities and start building things using technology. And it's basically introducing them to different organizations that can help them to identify technology that can be used by them to affect people around them, start introducing them to technology for good or impact-driven enterprises, not just social enterprises, but impact-driven enterprises, looking at solutions that they can create for themselves, but at the same time also have business cases that they can grow later to become entrepreneurs and tech-driven entrepreneurs for that matter, right? So I always believe that, you know, exposing people to potential solutions, looking into things like design thinking, looking into problems that they have and how they can solve them using available technologies before they even become producers is key, and that starts from education.
And of course, also overcoming this mindset that tech is only for men, and that tech and digital technology actually really helps women to gain that freedom and independence to have a career that is not necessarily in an office. Yes. Now, to Kira and Amira, I know you do have to run off very, very, very soon. So I want to just quickly direct this question to you both. You are both dealing in very public political spheres that does open you to the possibility of online gender-based violence. And I'm sure you have encountered this before as women in your spaces. Could you perhaps share your experience on that and perhaps share how you have tried to overcome this?
I think I think just before even I started an advocacy journey, I'm always online. I mean, I'm a user. You know, I use Twitter, I use Instagram, and all that. So I have been talking about. I mean, but the moment you get a little bit more public, you expose yourself to a lot of risks as well. So I think, I mean, over the past 6 years, I've been. I think it's very common for a lot of women activists, or even especially female politicians. I've received threats. I've received rape threats. I received death threats. I've been doxxed before. My family who lives abroad have found articles about me in some random Malay blog somewhere talking about stuff. You know, it's at this point, I think it's something that you always have to brace yourself for. And I think many young women today, even if they are not, let's say, part of an organization or movement, are also open to this risk. I think just one example is the very young and amazing Ain, you know, Ain Husniza, who has, you know, being very brave, talked about her experience that one time, and overnight the internet made her a villain, right? And I think globally, it's not just an issue with like, let's say, just me or just a few people that I know, but UNICEF reports 52% of young women globally have experienced some form of digital harm, and 90% of child sexual abuse images are of girls. So girls and women are disproportionately affected when it comes to gender-based violence. And unfortunately, I think in our existing laws, we do not have enough or any protection for this kind of situation. So I've handled a case before where I've accompanied a young woman to the police station to make a report about where someone was sexually harassing her online. So it was from Twitter to Instagram to WhatsApp. So it got to her personal phone number, and you know, once you have information like that, what's stopping them from going to your house or going to your parents and you know, harassing you? But we don't have laws to protect women like that. We don't have laws to protect anyone like that. When we went to the police station, they were like, okay, we can't really do much until something happens to you.
Right.
And that something happens. Yeah, it could be injury or worse, it could be death. Are we only going to wait until women die? Women have died on issues of sexual harassment online, of stalking, and yet there's no. I mean, of course, I think now with the new government, there has been talks about the anti-stalking bill and things like that, and women NGOs have been pushing for this for decades. But it's very frustrating to still see all this very prevalent online, to the point that we have to advise younger women or teenagers that this is something you must expect when you put yourself out there.
Yeah.
And I think that's quite a scary future to look forward to. But I know, and Amira also has experienced this, but I'll let her share it.
Yes, Amira, spill the tea.
Yeah, it's not I think everyone who jumps into politics knows that you are opening yourself for, public scrutiny, but you never realize how bad it is until you are in that position. And so for me, every morning when I wake up and check out my social media, there would at least be one, either sexual harassment, body shaming, or any kind of online bullying, putting you down as a woman. And these kind of things are usual not just for myself as a young woman, but women across all ages. And it has always been not just in politics, but in any other workspaces as well. I was in the legal fraternity before. Women always have to work double, triple harder to prove themselves in comparison with their male counterparts. And I'm sure many amazing women inside here in this hall have experienced that as well. And I think there's a duty when you have, for myself, when I'm in this position, I feel that there's a duty for me to speak up about these issues. There are a lot of people, because I remember there was this one time where I received a lot of sexual harassment and body shaming comments on one of my TikTok video, and I spoke about it online, and I lodged a police report about it. And there are people who are saying, oh, you shouldn't be doing this. When you do this, you show that you are very emotional, that you cannot take pressure, that women are weak. But I think this is not just for myself, that what I'm doing, I think is a responsibility for me to protect other women as well. Because the more politicians or women of high positions hide the kind of challenges that they face, the more this kind of perpetrators feel that it's okay for them to do that.
Yeah.
I think we have a responsibility to tell everyone that it's not okay for you to do this. It's not okay for you to do this to someone in politics. It's not okay for you to do it to someone in corporate companies. It's not okay to do it to any woman at all. And it's also important for politicians to stop the toxic circle, especially women politicians. I also can't help but realize there are women politicians who also bully other women politicians,
Yes.
right? And this is dangerous. Like, if you don't like someone's policy, if you don't like what they're doing in terms of ideology, you can say that you don't like that without having to comment on what they wear, without having to comment on their face or on their body. And that's always continuing this toxic cycle. And if women themselves cannot be supportive of other women, when you have been the subject to this kind of bullying, then we can never stop it. And that's why I think for myself, and I really like what was discussed before, it's always important to protect one another because we are women first. And whether we like it or not, I'm from Muda, and whether someone from PAS or someone from Barisan Nasional, I know that as women, they also face the same things, and maybe even worse so because they're in a more conservative party with more conservative supporters. And I understand that the expectation from conservative supporters on women are a lot more to fulfill than those who are not as conservative. So it's important to provide also safe spaces for young women. I think a lot of young women enter politics at the grassroots level, but then once they realize that politics is such a toxic and also gentleman's club, they decided to just go away. I've joined a lot of meetings, not just within my party, but also with other parties where I am the only woman there. And I can tell you that it's a lot of locker room talk. If the meeting goes to 3 to 4 hours, I think maybe substantive is only about half an hour. And the rest of it is locker room talk, making jokes about, this woman politician is very pretty, and it's as if you're not there. So I can understand why a lot of young women decided to just, that's it. I do not want to be in this circle. And so it's important also, I think, as a responsibility for senior women politicians to provide those safe spaces for other women who want to be in politics. I am very lucky and privileged to have that. I think Izana shared a bit about sponsorship as well, not in terms of monetary, but in terms of support. I have been lucky to receive sponsorship during my campaign from people like YB Hanayo, people like YB Yobin. And this has helped me a lot to realize that there is a chance for me to grow in political circle. And which is also why I would love to take this opportunity to also share that I'm also, the reason why I have to leave is because I have a press conference to launch my own project called Women in Power. where I'm going to recruit young girls aged 18 to 25 to provide safe spaces for them, not just in politics, but if they want to do advocacy, let's say if they want to do into corporate companies, if they want to do any other work at all, I want to be able to provide them that safe circle where they can talk about whatever issues they are facing and not be worried about being judged as being too emotional or overreacting. Yeah.
Can I keep you two for just 1 minute? 1 minute just to check if anyone on the floor has a very important burning question for either of these two ladies before they step out of the room. Just one question. Anybody? All right. Then in that case, Amira and Kira, just to close very quickly, your final thoughts on digital inclusion for women, whether it is empowering or enabling, or whether more needs to be done to protect women online.
I think no matter what interventions we come up with, it has to be based on fundamentally 3 different pillars or 3 different ideas, which is access, digital literacy, and online safety. And to get there, we need to advocate for data disaggregated evidence, which I'm very glad that the minister pointed out earlier, because until we know how different policies and different interventions affect different communities, we will continuously come up with assuming one size fits all solution, and they're not going to be intersectional. So that's going to be very, very important. And I think fundamentally, if you want to close the digital gender gap, it's not just about providing equipment, which is a great starting point, but it's also providing digital literacy where young women know our rights online, we know our rights offline, we know what are mechanisms that we can take to protect ourselves. That's very, very important. Yeah.
Thank you, Kira. Amira.
Well, I echo everything Kira said just now, but I also want to add that I think it's very important for this current government to quickly push for Anti-Stalking Law Act and also the Anti-Discrimination Act as soon as possible, because as the digital media is growing more and more, so are the threats that are coming through digital spaces. And it's important to protect especially young women from these threats, in whatever capacity they are working from. And it's important as well, as Kira mentioned, to provide digital literacy to young girls, not just in informal way, but also to include it in our formal education. I think it's high time, as we are moving towards a digital world, for us to have a digital literacy syllabus in our education to protect our young girls at school.
Agreed. All right, Nadir, I do actually have a final question for you, but before we do that, let's just grab a quick photo with Amira and Kira before they leave. Ladies and gentlemen, Amira and Kira. Thank you so much. And I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, we have to cut the discussion short, but to close our panel discussion too with Nadira, just your closing thoughts really on how valuable you think digital inclusion is towards women going forward as we try to somehow close the gap between genders.
So it's very important, right? So if I can just relate back to what Kira said about having the right data that will enable better policies, and crafting something that is not one size fits all, which is so important because women face different kind of challenges and things like that, right? I really hope as we move forward, especially with this government, right, to see a stronger and better reception of public and private collaboration, right? We have seen how during COVID times, right? I'm going to jump straight into the childcare area that has affected a lot of women, right? It has affected a lot of women in terms of, taking that extra care burden, care work. It has displaced women of their jobs. It has affected their livelihood and things like that, right? And at that time, Kiddo Care was able to support the childcare or the frontliners with childcare because of a new innovation in the childcare model, which enable us to then provide very personalized childcare to the frontliners, allowing their children to be in a safer environment, controlled environment, allowing them to work, right? So that's why. Number one, there is a clear need for the government to embrace innovation, and I love the focus of Madani. It's innovation and it's empathy, collaboration, right? And I think it's about time that the government start looking into partnering with the private sector with innovative solution to scale this solution to support women, especially in the areas of care, and not just childcare, even elderly care, right? The platform, the technology that we build have been collecting so much real data that can be used to basically formulate policies based on exactly the needs of families, right? I mean, who are we really giving benefits and incentives to? How are we supporting them? Who are really needing them? Are we actually providing the kind of incentives to the right people? Are we giving? Should we give to parents? Should we give to the childcare owners? Should we give to the caregivers themselves and increase their salaries, right? So this kind of data are very fragmented and it can't be collected if it's just like that. But partnering with private sector platform owners, and it's not just Kiddo Care, will allow the government to have access to this real data that will allow them to develop new policies as we move forward, if we are going to really come out with solutions to help women advance, right? So I think I really hope that the government will see this, the need to embrace solutions with innovation, to partner with private sector, and start looking into new kind of incentives based on the data that we can provide, right? So that's how I feel technology is so important. It can really support the inclusive growth of women.
And you are evidence of that, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have any questions for Nadira, ladies and gentlemen? Any questions? All right, not to worry, Nadira is around, I think, for lunch. So if you have any questions for her, you want to meet her personally, or even see how you can collaborate with Kiddo Care and the work that they're doing, she will be around for us. Ladies and gentlemen, Nadira Yusuf from Kiddo Care.
Thank you.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Nadira. We come to the close for our second and final session of our forum today. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank once again our speakers, Ms. Nadira Yusuf, Ms. Kira Yusri, and Ms. Amira Aisha for spending their valuable time with us this morning. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we've done our very best this morning to dissect the main issues surrounding gender equality and women's empowerment in Malaysia, and also hopefully provided some helpful insight into how we can move forward as a nation, men and women together as allies, as we seek to fulfill the goals of not just Malaysia Madani, but also the United Nations SDGs. Once again, thank you to all our speakers and also to our audience for your interaction with our panelists. Collectively, that's what made this morning's forum a very engaging and productive one ahead. All right, now before we bring this morning's program to a close, I'd like to invite on stage for her closing remarks the United Nations Population Fund's representative for Malaysia, Dr. Asa Torkelson. Dr. Torkelson.
I read something this morning. Here's to all strong women. May we know them. May we raise them. May we be them. YB Dato Sri Asalina Othman Said, Minister for Law Reforms and Institutional Governance,
YB Fahmi Fadzil, Minister of Communications and Digital, Ms. Karima El Khoury, UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, YB Professor Emerita Tan Sri Dato Sri Dr. Sharifa Hapsa Syed, Hassan Shahabuddin, President, National Council of Women's Organizations, Your Excellencies, members of the media, and distinguished guests. First and foremost, I would like to thank NCWO, UNRCO, and also my team at UNFPA Malaysia for bringing us together for the International Women's Day 2023 in record time, making it precisely the meaningful moment, strategic action prompt, and energy point towards realizing gender equality that it is meant to be. I convey my heartfelt appreciation to our moderator and all panelists, speakers for sharing your exciting knowledge, new insights and solutions towards ensuring that the rights, well-being, representation, and opportunity for Malaysia's women and girls are firmly established as we progress towards the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. We also send gratitudes to leaders and activists before us who have worked relentlessly to bring us to this point, and others gathering virtually and in person all around the world today. And we feel grateful to represent one link here in Malaysia on this collective journey. Ladies and gentlemen, it's victorious indeed that we could meet again after the disruptions and stressors brought about by COVID and other polycrises, which have further challenged and backlashed on the lives and well-being of women and girls. Worldwide, youth have lost years of schooling with lifelong consequences. And specifically, girls have fallen deeper into poverty and experienced new vulnerabilities, gender-based violence, including child marriage, with enormous mental health tolls too. This requires global unity, solidarity, and joint action. Digital innovations indeed accelerated and offered new solutions, and at the same time, again, women fell behind, and hence serving women's needs and protecting us in the virtual world too is our new frontier to realize. Distinguished audience, for many, Malaysia is a model, a distant dream to aspire to. Wonderful new progress has been discerned in Malaysia, and over the years, tremendous advances have been made in education and health. Further effort, we have learned again today, is required to maintain momentum and successfully navigate any upcoming challenges. Yet, we have been reminded of the legal challenges and that there is still a gap in terms of labor force participation, that of women in Malaysia being one of the lowest in the ASEAN region. Earlier in other works that I have worked on, I referred to it as the Cinderella paradox, namely, whilst there are no formal de facto barriers to women's labor market participation, careering, or political participation, the many distracting demands on our time, work conditions, obstacles, and expectations can sometimes be completely unsurmountable. For an upper middle income country eyeing the high income path, addressing the nexus between women's reproductive and productive choices, including developing the care economy, support to women's businesses large and small, enhancing women's digital access, will accelerate women's contribution to the economy and society, unleash growth and critical human capital, and also expedite progress towards the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Reproductive and productive choices are intimately linked together in our lived experience, and are the important variables of our life equation. For example, accessing comprehensive sexuality education, knowledge about our rights, pathways for support against gender-based violence, support for menstrual management, financial inclusion, capacity strengthening, and digital access, and the list can go on, can save and enhance lives. This was reconfirmed in last year's third Malaysia Women and Girls Forum in December, themed on expanding women's rights through economic equity, which made recommendations to expedite women's labor force participation and hence expediting the progress towards a high-income economy and realizing Malaysia's SDGs aspirations. Dear friends, we have learned that across the world, women are still deprived in terms of the range of assets, voice, bodily autonomy, and across the SDGs. And we learned, I had the data from the recent gender gap report by the World Economic Forum, which said that at the current pace, it will take 132 years to close the gender-related gaps. And depressingly, I learned this morning that overnight, new data has come, and it actually will take us 300 years. At this pace, we are more likely to start large-scale farming on the moon than having seen gender equality brought about. And yet, the evidence over time, convincingly and loud, clearly demonstrates with certainty that investing and providing equality and opportunity for girls and women bring better development outcomes, elevated growth, and peaceful societies, aside from being a human right, and is also smart economics and therefore better for all. Diverse workplaces fare better in terms of efficiency, innovation, accountability, and they also drive compassion and prosperity. In spite of this recognition, women's rights still have to be advocated every day. Adequate and consistent efforts and investments are needed. This is not a so-called rocket science. Unfortunately, it is much more difficult. But together, it can be done. We have seen that in the COVID pandemic, we did things that we didn't think were possible, including changing some very deeply ingrained behaviors. They could change. So with the right will, we can change this too. Illustrious gathering, today's discussions emphasized enabling environments and digital inclusion, both of which are instrumental for removing barriers for women's economic participation. It has been wildly inspiring to hear diverse political, civil society, corporate and youth champion perspectives and commitments for uplifting Malaysia's women and girls. Together steadily, we can and we will overcome the intersectional challenges. Tangible and results-oriented measures, policies and programs designed to bridge socioeconomic gaps are required to ensure the well-being of all women and girls so that no one will be left behind in our global collective effort to rebuild and regain momentum towards the 2030 SDGs. Striving towards gender equality is well aligned and can expedite the realization also of the inspirational Malaysia's Madani: sustainability, prosperity, innovation, respect, trust, and compassion. And here we are in the center and crossroads of marvelous and grand cultures and religions. And this is a tremendous entry point for seeing perspectives of agreement, for seeing the world from the other's perspective, a great starting point for a diplomat and peacemaker and gender equality negotiator. The sun goes up first in Asia Pacific. We are ahead in the world and already in someone else's future. We can use this tremendous advantage to pilot equitable models towards peace and justice for all in the spirit of Madani. And this point in time requires a determined restoration and activation of connectedness and engagement, tilting challenges into possibilities, networking, and resetting the collaborative trend towards peace and justice, all were founding features of the United Nations. Change makers in the room and attending this meeting virtually, together we can add our contributions towards ensuring that the future for Malaysia's women and girls is one of opportunity, safety, and equality. On this day and going forward, we remain resolved to contribute change in this direction, radically optimistic and in high hope. On behalf of everyone in the United Nations and UNFPA Malaysia, terima kasih to all of you, and here's wishing you a happy International Women's Day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Torkelson, for that beautifully worded speech that certainly leaves us with a lot to reflect on as we leave this forum today. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our International Women's Day Forum for 2023. On behalf of the organizers, we thank you once again for joining us this morning and for being such a fantastic audience as we navigate this journey together as both women and allies of women towards gender equality and empowerment. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause. I'm also very happy to announce that we have a luncheon reception and networking session ready for you on the LG floor. We have ushers on hand outside to guide you to the area. And with that, thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful rest of the afternoon, a safe journey home, and happy International Women's Day. Till next year, I'm Shani Iman Lee. Salam sejahtera and Assalamualaikum.
Tiba masanya mereka yang